Chapter 893. Woof, woof, woof. With the harsh barking of a dog, Jiang Hai and his team, who were searching around, couldn't help but turn the steering wheel and rush toward the place where the dog barked. Not long after, in front of Jiang Hai, a collapsed cave appeared. This is it. Looking at the gravel outside the cave and the railway track that had been covered by grass, Wallace Shelley held the GPS and said excitedly. Hearing her words, the others also smiled. This was the third day since Jiang Hai and the others entered the wilderness. On the first day, they slept, and on the second day, it was already the fourth day since they set out, and on the third day since they entered the wilderness. In these 3 days, they could only roughly determine a radius of 10 kilometers. In other words, the mine was about 314 square kilometers in size. It was really not an easy task to find it, and this was achieved by using a lot of new technology. Wallace Shelley even hacked into the satellite to get the location, but even so, it took 3 days to find it. It was already 3:00 in the afternoon today, and it was thanks to Jiang Hai's 2 dogs that they found the location. As the 2 cars drove over, Little Huang and Xiao Bai had already appeared at the entrance of the cave. Looking at their anxious looks, Jiang Hai felt that there seemed to be something in this cave. After gesturing to everyone got out of the car with their weapons. Jiang Hai went to the front of the cave and looked inside. Jiang Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because what appeared here was a bear. However, it wasn't a big bear, but a small one. It looked like it was less than a year old. Because of its fluffy appearance, it was quite cute. Jiang Hai used to read novels about farming at home. In those novels, the protagonists would raise a bear. However, Jiang Hai didn't want to raise a bear. So after seeing this little bear, his first thought was whether it was enough to eat. This is a North American grizzly bear, a protected animal, and it is still a cub. Accumulate some virtue. But unfortunately, Qi Jia seemed to see Jiang Hai's thoughts. After rolling her eyes at him, she walked to the front of the cave and looked at the little bear and said, "The North American grizzly bear is actually a kind of brown bear, but its hair is gray and it doesn't look so cute. The number of bears in the Sierra Nevada is not particularly small, second only to the number of black bears, but this is only the official statement." Jiang Hai only saw this one along the way. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai felt that he can't eat this bear meat. I don't know why this little guy appeared here. Such a big guy should be guarded by a mother bear. Looking at the little bear, Qi hesitated and said, but just after she finished speaking, a bear's roar came from the distance. Hearing the roar of the bear, Jiang Hai and the others also glanced back and found that not far away, there was an adult grizzly bear roaring there. It seems that this should be the mother bear. This mother bear must have eaten a loss from humans, or perhaps she knew about humans. Therefore, when she saw Jiang Hai and the others standing here, she didn't come forward. Instead, she stood in the distance and anxiously roared. Hearing his mother's voice, the little bear also started to roar. Seeing this scene, Jiang Hai didn't want to kill more people, so he asked Little Huang and Xiao Bai to make way. Seeing that there was a path, the little bear in the cave hesitated for a moment and quickly ran out. Seeing that Jiang Hai didn't stop it, it easily ran to the mother bear in the distance. Seeing that the child was fine, the mother bear over there also glanced at Jiang Hai and the others, then quickly left with the little bear. They knew that Jiang Hai and the others were kind enough to let them live. They can forget about this cave unless they wait for Jiang Hai and the others to leave. Seeing the 2 grizzly bears leave, Jiang Hai and the others also put down their guns. Drive the car over and block the entrance. You guys stay here first, I will go down with Beliak and Laylis to take a look. Seeing that the 2 bears had left, Jiang Hai looked at the people around him and said. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the women also nodded. Wallace Shelley and Chi Jia got into the car in the distance and drove it over, blocking the entrance of the cave. Jiang Hai and the others took their weapons, headlights, and some other things and walked into the cave. The cave was not very deep. They walked about 5 or 6 meters to the end. At the end, there was a pile of gravel. At this time, it was Jiang Hai's turn to work. Although it had been decades or even hundreds of years, Jiang Hai did not know exactly how long it had been. Stone was stone, and it would not grow back together. So Jiang Hai picked up a pick and dug out a lot of ore. After digging out the stone, Jiang Hai saw a hole that was probably big enough for a person to pass through, but at this time, the hole had been sealed with wooden boards. Looking inside, there was nothing but darkness. After Jiang Hai took a look, he directly tore down the wooden boards violently. Then he took out a light stick, polished it, and threw it in. As the light stick lit up, Jiang Hai also saw the situation inside the cave. This was indeed an abandoned mine. As the light stick lit up, there were many insects on the ground and walls. They all ran towards the dark place immediately. Jiang Hai took a look and saw that there were spider webs hanging on the side. It was similar to the ones seen in movies, but there were more insects. It was difficult for other things to crawl into the cracks of these stones, but it was not difficult for insects. Jiang Hai glanced at the insects inside and gave Leilise behind him a look. You don't know if these insects are poisonous or not. In the wild, the most deadly creatures are often not those lions, tigers, and the like, because people will be on guard against these things. Poisonous insects, poisonous snakes, and other things are the real deadly existences. With Jiang Hai's money order, Leilise also walked to the front of the cave. She took out a cylindrical gun behind her and stuffed a small ball into it. After the ball was shot out, it exploded about 20 meters in front of Jiang Hai and the others. In an instant, a thick yellow powder appeared in this small passage. Jiang Hai and the others had already put on their masks. They are not shooting a movie now, why do they have to care about their appearance? Safety is definitely the most important thing. As the powder floated, these insects also ran out of the cave crazily, but unfortunately, they couldn't run away. Jiang Hai had already lit a new light stick and threw it at the entrance of the cave. The flame burned all the insects that wanted to come out. The yellow powder was the insect repellent. Although it was somewhat against nature, for the sake of their lives, they had to do it. The fire lasted for about a few minutes, and the insects were basically gone. Jiang Hai was the first to step into the passage. He turned on his headlamp and the stun baton tied to his scar gun. The two lights swayed, and he walked in with the gun. He had to be careful. This was the most important thing. After walking for about 20 meters, Jiang Hai came to the end of the passage. Then, there was a huge hole. Jiang Hai used the light to shake it, but didn't find anything inside. So he waved his hand. Leilise and Biliak, who were walking behind him, lit up their light sticks and threw them out. After throwing out a few light sticks, Jiang Hai thoroughly saw the situation in the hole. The hole looked a little old. There were some rotten wooden pillars around it. He didn't know how long they could last. In the middle of the hall, there were many carts, tools, and the like. There was also a generator, but it seemed like it couldn't work anymore. In addition, in the middle of the hall, there were many corpses. No, to be exact, it would be better to say that they were skeletons, because there wasn't even a little bit of flesh left. The torn clothes on their bodies, the fallen work around them, and the iron pickaxes stuck in their mouths told everyone that these people were probably killed. Looking at their clothes, these people should be the American supervisors who were killed. Under the light of the fire, the insects in the room were also shocked. Jiang Hai saw with his own eyes a large centipede about 30 centimeters long crawl out from the eye socket of a dead man. It turned around and hid somewhere. One more time. Seeing that there were so many insects, Jiang Hai didn't want to go down, so he said to Lei Lizi. Then Lei Lizi shot another insect repellent bullet. Then Jiang Hai ignited the flame and threw it at the entrance of the passage. Before long, the insects inside the passage were almost all gone. Then Jiang Hai continued to push forward. After passing through the hall, there was another passage. However, this passage wasn't as short as the previous one, it was small and short. The previous passage was mainly used to prevent people from sneaking in. Because of this, only one person could pass through at a time. But this passage was the one that led to the mine. Looking at the situation in front of him, Jiang Hai took a deep breath and then slowly walked into the mine. Following Jiang Hai, Lei Lizi was responsible for preparing things, and Biliak was responsible for looking behind. They slowly walked down step by step. At this time, on the distant plain, four off-road vehicles were madly driving towards Jiang Hai's direction. Something's wrong. Azulina, who was in charge of commanding this side, saw these SUVs rushing madly towards them. She immediately felt that something was wrong. She immediately ordered everyone to retreat into the cave. Azulina and Ilsera ran to the car, pulled out the car key, and picked up the weapons and food that they had already packed in their bags. After that, they retreated into the cave. Chapter 894. The car in front, stop. Looking at the cars rushing over, Azulina also shouted loudly, but unfortunately, the people in these cars had no intention of stopping. At the same time, they also saw that the people in these cars were fully armed. Bang! With Azulina's first shot, Alfred, Valentina, and Shirley pulled the triggers immediately. Although Qi Jia was a little scared, she also took out her Glock 18 for self-defense and fired at them. Unfortunately, these people's cars were also bulletproof, so the bullets were useless. Seeing this scene, Azulina was not in a hurry. While retreating into the cave, she took out a disc from her backpack. If someone saw this disc, they would not be surprised, because this thing has another name, landmine. As time came to the 21st century, all kinds of individual weapons also changed abnormally. There were all kinds of individual weapons. Although Azulina's strongest point was her body, she would not be polite to these external weapons, and they also had the ability to get these things. Although they were no longer part of that organization, at least they knew how to go to those shady places to get these weapons. So speaking of which, the weapons on their side were not inferior to those of the regular army. The disc she threw out was called a tactile anti-tank infantry mine. It was specially used to deal with the enemy's mechanized troops on the battlefield, and the way to open it was to crush them. And such an infantry mine could even blow up a tank, let alone some civilian off-road vehicles. Not good. Looking at the disc thrown over, the driver here had already reacted. He hurriedly turned the steering wheel to avoid it, but unfortunately, it was still a step too late. The disc flew directly under the left front wheel of the car, and with a loud bang, one of the cars was directly blown up. After spinning twice in the air, it fell to the ground, and the two people in the front seat fainted, but the two people in the back seat took this opportunity to open the door and escape. But as soon as they came out, Alfred, who was already prepared, screamed twice. The gun in Alfred's hand was not an ordinary gun, but a Soviet-made VS-94 sniper rifle. This was not an anti-material sniper rifle, just a general continuous fire sniper rifle. Because it had a silencer, its power might be insufficient, but it was very short, and its combat effectiveness at close range was quite explosive. Just like those cars just now, because the cars were bulletproof, the effect was not great, but after getting out of the car, even if these people wore bulletproof vests, it was useless, and they would die directly. Bastard, run over. The commander of one of the vehicles roared when he saw that he had lost a quarter of his men in an instant. Upon hearing his words, the remaining 3 vehicles immediately rammed into him. Bang! 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 The 3 cars directly hit the 2 cars, and the formation formed by the 2 cars was scattered. The originally intact defensive formation cracked in an instant, and this gap was fatal. Xiao Bai, Xiao Huang, go find Jiang Hai, the others retreat into the cave. After seeing this scene, Azalina, who was the commander, immediately gave the order without hesitation. Lil Yellow and Lil White went straight into the cave. Everyone also retreated into the cave at the first moment, and the people on the other side also directly got out of the 3 cars. Looking at the gap behind the cars, they suppressed like a storm. Although Qi Jia had undergone these days of training, her physical fitness was also not bad. But after all, she was not a serious soldier. She was half a beat slower and was hit by a bullet, but it was precisely because she knew that she could not do it that she wore the best bulletproof vest. Although this blow knocked her down, after being pulled into the cave, she only felt a little pain, but nothing serious happened. Go and see the people in that car. Seeing the women in front of them retreating into the cave, the people who got out of the car couldn't help but grit their teeth and said. Then 2 people went to the overturned car over there. The 2 people who were hit by the sniper rifle were already dead. Although they were wearing bulletproof vests, this shot was enough to kill them. There was a big bloody hole in their chest. If they were in the hospital at this time, they could still be saved, but unfortunately, they are not in the hospital, so they are doomed. As for the 2 people, they were only a little concussed by the air cushion. After being carried out of the car, they rested for a while and felt much better. Then they put on their helmets and came to the front of everyone. What should we do next? After jumping over the defense line of the 2 cars, these people came to the cave. Looking at the dark cave in front of them, a young man with a scar on his face asked a middle-aged man in the middle. What else can we do? Go in, but be careful. Hearing the young man's words, the middle-aged man also chuckled, then motioned 2 people to explore the way. After the 2 people followed the gesture, they directly put on 2 night vision goggles and slowly walked into the cave. But as soon as they walked in, they waved their hands and motioned the people behind them to stop. What's wrong? Seeing the movements of the 2 people, the leader couldn't help but ask with some worry. These bitches are really ruthless. They aren't afraid of blowing up the passage out. This short road is full of landmines. Hearing the words of the person behind them, the 2 people walking at the front couldn't help but whisper. Oh, they are really ruthless. Hearing the words of these 2 people, a macho man stepped forward, picked up a night vision goggles and looked into the cave. Sure enough, in the dark environment, several anti-infantry mines were buried in some pits at this time. If it weren't for their rich experience, they would have been completely annihilated when they came in. Is there a way to pass quickly? Looking at the things in the tunnel, the macho man asked the people behind him with a cold face. Leave it to me. Hearing the voice of the macho man, a person behind also said with a smile, then walked to the front of the cave. After the 2 people retreated, he took out a remote control car from his backpack. Boom, 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 boom. A series of noises sounded in this mine. At this time, Jiang Hai, who had gone deep into the mine, stood there with a pale face against the wall. He didn't encounter any ghosts. The mine below was normal. Except for a moldy smell, everything was normal. The reason why his face was pale now was because the explosion outside made the mine almost collapse. Leaning against the wall, Jiang Hai's face was quite pale. At this time, in the mine here, soil was constantly falling down, and the rotten wooden pillars felt like they would fall down at any time. Something must have happened above. After waiting for the noises above to stop, Jiang Hai and the others took a look at the mine in front of them and let out a long breath. Fortunately, they managed to hold on. At this time, Layla Scarter came to Jiang Hai's side and said worriedly. The explosion now told them that something must have happened. Azalina wouldn't casually throw mines for fun. Let's go back and meet them. After thinking for a while, Jiang Hai was more concerned about the situation of these people than the gold below. What was money? He didn't care very much. If he could get it, he would get it. Even if he couldn't get it, he wouldn't be crazy enough to hurt the people around him for it. So now that he thought that something must have happened above, he wanted to go back and take a look. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Beliak and Layla Scarter agreed. Then, the three of them bent their waists and quickly rushed in the direction they came from. But before they ran to the entrance of the tunnel, two figures rushed in directly, startling the three of them. Fortunately, Jiang Hai's sixth sense told him that he was very familiar with these two things, so he didn't shoot. With a flash of headlights, Jiang Hai saw that the two people who came were none other than Xiao Bai and Xiao Huang. You guys came down, where are they? Half squatting on the ground, Jiang Hai touched the heads of the two big dogs and asked them. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the two big dogs also looked back, which let Jiang Hai know that they were behind him. Sure enough, after waiting for a while, the sound of footsteps came, and then Jiang Hai saw Valentina and Qi Jia running in first. When they saw Jiang Hai, the two were relieved. Then Wallace Shelley, Azalina, and Alfred also ran in. When they saw Jiang Hai, everyone was obviously relieved. What's the situation? Looking at these people in front of him, Jiang Hai asked with some doubts. It's Izoatis, the person I didn't kill last time. I don't know which special squad he joined, or if it's a mercenary squad or something like that. The other party's equipment is very good. There are about 16 people in total, but now 2 of them are dead, so there are about 14 people left. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Valentina spoke first. Although she just glanced at them, she still recognized Izoatis' face. After all, that was the first stain on her life after she came to Jiang Hai. Who else is there? When he heard about Izoatis, Jiang Hai's first thought was that these people came to seek revenge. Everyone else is well equipped, except for a middle-aged man, wearing a cowboy hat. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Azalina thought for a moment and said to Jiang Hai. Chapter 895. Lynch Walter, that guy isn't dead yet. Hearing Azalina's words, such a name popped up in Jiang Hai's mind instantly. In fact, this name was not too unfamiliar to Jiang Hai. After all, they had just had a conflict a few months ago. Lynch Walter hired a group of mercenaries to enter the village of Tarlac, looking for something. Needless to say, Jiang Hai knew that they were looking for this map. After being beaten back by Jiang Hai, it seems that these guys still haven't given up, but whether they give up or not has nothing to do with Jiang Hai. He didn't expect these guys to give up, but he didn't expect them to mix with Izoatis. It seems that more and more people want him dead, but do they think that they can kill him like this? Let's kill them first, then go in to look for the treasure. Jiang Hai glanced at Azalina and said decisively. No problem. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Azalina smiled and said calmly. She didn't ask how they were going to defeat 14 people. She had a total of 7 people and 2 dogs. Oh, sorry, and Qi Jia, who was relying on her, but she didn't ask. It was just a matter of double the number of people, 3 times, 4 times, they had done it 10 years ago. You arrange it. Hearing Azalina say that there was no problem, Jiang Hai also nodded seriously. Now it's time to teach the professionals. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Azalina looked at them, but then she heard the footsteps of the other party moving forward in the passage. She then gestured, indicating that they should deal with these people at the next place. Seeing her gesture, Jiang Hai also agreed immediately. Then he came to the front and quickly ran into the depths of the passage, and the others followed him. As for Goldie and Xiao Bai, they opened the way for Jiang Hai in front. Azzalina and Aleppo were in charge of bringing up the rear, and at the same time, clearing their footsteps. The speed of the group was extremely fast. However, the mercenaries who were afraid of Jiang Hai's ambush and were confident that they had trapped Jiang Hai's group here didn't know what Jiang Hai was thinking. They walked very slowly because they had tasted Jiang Hai's suffering before. Jiang Hai was so strong, and those women didn't look weak either. In such a situation, it wouldn't be wrong to be careful. After slowly walking out of the passage, they entered the first room. While they were searching the first room, Jiang Hai and the others had already arrived at the second room. This mine was indeed not big, but it was understandable. The great development of the western United States took place at the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century, which was the 18th century and the beginning of the 19th century. At the very beginning, North America was the territory of the British, and the westward movement began very early. Slave owners in the South, land speculators and industrial capitalists in the North, usurers and ordinary people all hoped to obtain land in the West. At that time, the British government did what a world leader should do, and did not exterminate the Native Americans. Instead, they asked them to live in the west of Appalachia. In 1763, a bill was specially passed to prohibit immigrants from crossing the Appalachian Mountains to the west. The territory of the original British colonists, which was where Jiang Hai lived now, was not allowed to go to the west. Of course, it was not a big problem to go there, but at least most people did not dare to blatantly break the law. However, the American War of Independence, which they were most proud of, shattered all of this. In 1783, in the peace settlement agreed by Britain and the United States, the British opened up the Appalachian Mountains and a large piece of Native American land west to the Mississippi River to the United States. In 1850, the 7th President of the United States, Andrew Jackson, who was regarded as an eternal enemy by the Native Americans, passed the Native American Immigration Act and even mobilized the Army. This opened Pandora's box, and finally led to the extinction of the Native Americans. Although they were both natives, the Brazilians actually did very well. The men danced in the rubber plantations, and the women were busy having affairs with the white slave owners, and then the present Brazil was formed. However, the Native Americans were obviously very strong, and they would rather die than live on their knees. Therefore, the Native Americans were killed to extinction. Of course, if there was a choice, Jiang Hai would also be like the Native Americans, and not become a slave. It was just to show that the natives of Brazil were really not very brave. This mine was originally built by some people privately, and the living quarters were outside the mine, which had long disappeared over the years. In the mine, there were only these two rooms. One room was used to check if there was any hidden gold before being transported out, and the other room was used to store the mined gold ore. Of course, transporting gold ore would not make much money. They would also refine the ore here, and after removing the impurities, they would turn it into gold nuggets. This way, it would be easier to transport, and it would be easier to make money. The second room was where these things were stored. As Xiao Huang and Xiao Bai rushed into this room, Jiang Hai and the others also came. Compared to the dead people and insects in the first room, there were not many insects in this room. Moreover, even if there were many insects, Jiang Hai and the others did not have the leisure and time to care about these things. They immediately hid as per Azzalina's request. After Azzalina was busy at the door for a while, she also retreated far away. Then the whole room fell into absolute silence, and Jiang Hai also hid behind a shelf. Anyway, while waiting for these people to come, Jiang Hai also took a look at the room. The whole room was very big, almost 1,000 square meters. There were many tools hanging on the walls of these rooms, and in the middle of the room, there were many iron shelves. On the iron shelves, there were pieces of copper bricks. Looking at these stones, Jiang Hai took a piece and looked at it. As a result, he unexpectedly found that it looked like a gold nugget. Jiang Hai had found a lot of gold in the sea, so he was quite familiar with the appearance of gold. He weighed the gold nugget in his hand and found that it was almost a kilogram. At this time, at a glance, there were no less than 10,000 pieces of gold in this room. If there was no accident, this should be the treasure they were looking for. According to the recent gold price, an ounce of gold was about $1,270, which was $45 per gram, or about $290 per gram, which was about $40 cheaper than in China. But even so, 10,000 pieces of gold were worth $450 million. Moreover, with just a glance, Jiang Hai could tell that this was more than $10,000, not less. If there were 20,000 pieces of gold, it would be more than $900 million, which was in dollars. Thinking of this, Jiang Hai couldn't help but be a little moved. These treasures were really easy to come by. There were no tombs, ghosts, or supernatural phenomena like he imagined. It was easier than going to the Jushan mental hospital. After thinking for a while, Jiang Hai laughed self-deprecatingly. It seemed that he had been suffering from paranoia recently. Shaking his head, Jiang Hai continued to squat in place, waiting for the arrival of these people. However, these people were not stupid. They knew that there was definitely no other exit in this tunnel. What they had to do was to eliminate Jiang Hai and take out the treasures inside. That was all. So they moved very slowly. About 10 minutes later, Jiang Hai heard their footsteps. The first to come in were the two people wearing night vision goggles. As soon as they came in, they signaled everyone to not move. There is something in front of us. It might be a mine. Squatting on the ground and looking at the things in front of them, the two people in the lead said lightly. Hearing his words, the others immediately stepped back, and the two people wearing night vision goggles also squatted down, took out a folding riot shield from behind, and blocked the entrance of the tunnel. The anti-infantry mines were different from the anti-tank mines. After the anti-infantry mines exploded, they would release steel balls outwards. A large area would be hit, and the people who were hit would suffer a fate worse than death, so they had to guard against it. Then, the person who controlled the remote control car took out his own remote control car and drove it away in a wobbly manner. Not long after, the car scraped the steel wire tied to the anti-infantry mine and directly broke it. The anti-infantry mine instantly exploded. A large number of steel balls shot at these people's shields. Although the sound of the steel balls hitting the shields was very loud, it did not cause any threat. After the steel ball rain ended, these people slowly stood up, but their shields were still upright. They slowly walked into the room, but at this moment, another cylindrical grenade popped out directly from the ground. Not good, there is something else. Seeing this thing popping out, a voice shouted loudly. At the same time, these people also squatted down and hid behind the protective shield. As for Jiang Hai and the others, they closed their eyes at this time. Jiang Hai also covered the eyes of Little Huang and Xiao Bai, because they knew that this was not a mine, but, not good, it's a flash bomb. The moment these people squatted down, the person who was wearing night vision goggles at the front saw clearly what it was and screamed. Then, the space was instantly filled with white as if it was daytime. And in this white, many people on the other side also screamed. It must be known that before this, they were in a state of darkness. They did not use headlights, but suddenly such a dazzling white light appeared. It would be strange if these people were not blind. Chapter 896. Ah, ah. Along with the screams, Jiang Hai and others also closed their eyes and counted quietly. 1, 2, 3. As the 3 seconds ended, Jiang Hai and others opened their eyes in an instant. The dark world was still the same dark world. But they could see clearly that the other party was already covering their eyes and screaming. The first one to shoot was Sarah. She was using a sniper rifle. She went up and shot 2 people who were still wearing night vision goggles. As soon as the 2 people died, the shields in their hands fell powerlessly in the distance. At this moment, Jiang Hai, Azalina, Valentina, Beliak, Wallace Shelley, and Layla Scarter stood up at the same time, the weapons in their hands spurting out spears. They specifically aimed at the other party's face. There was no other way. These people were wearing bulletproof vests and helmets on their heads. If they didn't hit their faces, they wouldn't have a chance to hit them. Fortunately, Jiang Hai's level was not ordinary. After the first round of attack, 9 of these people had already left this world forever. Retreat, retreat. Hearing the continuous gunshots and the roar of his teammates before they died, the mercenary leader over there shouted for the first time. Then regardless of his teary eyes, he wanted to run out crazily. It was really a miscalculation and they lost the whole game. The original team of 14 people had only 5 people left at this time. They ran crazily towards the outside, but the problem is, can they run away? At this moment, Goldie and Xiaobai also rushed out from Jiang Hai's side in an instant, rushed up and pounced on the 2 people who were covering the back, and directly bit the neck of the 2 people. The powerful bite force directly broke the cervical vertebrae of the 2 people. Now Jiang Hai's dog is at this level, and Jiang Hai and others quickly chased outside. Soon, in front of them, 2 heavily armed people, plus a cowboy hat, appeared in front of them. But at this time, they had already run through the last passage and were about to reach their car. Take care of them. Looking at these 3 people, Jiang Hai also said to Sarah. Then Sarah raised her gun directly, and with 3 screeching sounds, the right feet of these 3 people were instantly destroyed. Suddenly losing balance on the right side, the 3 people also fell to the ground at once. The cowboy hat man screamed and crawled towards the car in the distance, while the other 2 people turned their heads crazily, as if they were shooting at Jiang Hai's side. But unfortunately, Jiang Hai will not give them such a chance. Bang, 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 6 consecutive sounds. Jiang Hai's scar completed 2 waves of 3 shots, directly hitting the guns of these 2 people and making them fall in the distance. At the same time, their hands were also crippled. At this time, Jiang Hai and the others walked out. Azalina went over, took out the pistol on her leg, and aimed at the limbs of the cowboy hat who was still crawling, and shot 3 times. One of his limbs was already destroyed, then she dragged this dead man in front of Jiang Hai. Looking at the 3 people lying side by side in front of him, Jiang Hai smiled and slowly squatted down. Actually, if you had been hiding, I might not have had a chance to find you, but you came here to seek death. I don't quite understand. Looking at the 3 people in front of him, Jiang Hai said with a smile. Jiang Hai had some impressions of these 3 people. Escapades, the first time he saw him, he was still an arrogant underground racing emperor. Later, when he met him again, it was because he wanted to deal with Jiang Hai. Now, seeing him again, Jiang Hai couldn't help but laugh. Jiang Hai also knows the other 2 people. The cowboy hat man is the self-proclaimed explorer Lynch Walter, and the other person is the mercenary leader, Spartacus. No one knows his specific name, it's just his code name. Just as Jiang Hai said, if the 3 of them had been hiding, Jiang Hai might not have been able to find them, but they dared to come and find trouble with him. It's really like they didn't take the road to heaven and came to hell. Okay, I admit defeat. We lost. Tell me, what do you want to let us go? As long as we have it, we'll give it all to you. Looking at Jiang Hai, Lynch Walter endured the pain in his limbs and said helplessly. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai smiled disdainfully. Let them go. They didn't drink too much. What? Do you still want to kill them all? Hearing Jiang Hai's laughter, Lynch Walter asked with a surprised look on his face. When you attacked the Native American tribes, I didn't see you showing any mercy. Now you're telling me to kill them all. You Americans really have double standards. Since you surrendered, you have to treat them well. The lives of others have nothing to do with you, ha. Pointing a gun at Lynch Walter in front of him, Jiang Hai's eyes narrowed. He had never seen such a shameless person. You can't do this. It's illegal for you to kill us. Seeing that Jiang Hai was going to kill him, Lynch Walter said with a horrified face. Unfortunately, Jiang Hai just curled his lips. He is not a good person. Moreover, the Chinese say that if you don't remove the roots of the weeds, they will grow again when the spring breeze blows. So under Lynch Walter's horrified gaze, Jiang Hai pulled the trigger. In an instant, the .50 caliber Desert Eagle opened a big hole in the man's head. Lynch Walter died with his eyes wide open. Kill me, my father, and I will wait for you in hell. Looking at Jiang Hai, who turned his gun after killing Lynch Walter, Escapades roared loudly. Hearing his roar, Jiang Hai also pulled the trigger. Then Spartacus, who didn't say a word, heard 3 gunshots, representing 3 lives that left this world. You guys deal with it, I'll take out the gold underground. Seeing that the 3 people were dead, Jiang Hai also put away his gun and said to Azalina. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Azalina also ordered Wallace Shelley, Lalise Carter, Beliak, and Valentina to throw the bodies of the 3 people into their car in the distance. Of course, the bodies underground also needed to be dealt with. Jiang Hai took Alfred back to the underground space. At this time, only Qi Jia, Little Huang, and Xiao Bai were in the underground space. Although she was prepared, she still couldn't let go of killing people now, so Jiang Hai specifically asked her to wait for him here when he went out just now. Now that Jiang Hai was back, Qi Jia was relieved. As long as Jiang Hai was fine, it was the best. Then Jiang Hai and Qi Jia took the bags and began to put the gold bricks on the shelves. These gold bricks had been underground for 100 years and looked more like brass than gold, but Jiang Hai knew that it should be like this. Gold would also oxidize. If the gold was still shining, Jiang Hai would have to be careful because it might be a trap. A gold brick was about 1 kilogram. Jiang Hai and Qi Jia counted as they put it in. A large bag could hold 100 pieces. Jiang Hai and Qi Jia were not in a hurry and took their time to put it in. When they put in more than 20 bags, Azalina and the others also came back. Together, they helped Jiang Hai and the others put it in. When it was about 11 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Hai and the others had already put all the gold into the bags they brought. They were not in a hurry to ship it out today. It was already too late. They could rest for the night and ship it out tomorrow, but before that, they still needed to count it. There are a total of 132 bags of change. Here are 14 pieces, Qi Jia said with a smile as they walked out of the underground mine. At this time, only the 2 AMG 65s that had a hole in it were left outside. The other 4 cars, plus the blood stains and corpses, had all disappeared. Azalina and the others were quite good at doing this kind of professional work. They lit a fire and sat next to it. Jiang Hai and the others were eating dinner while Qi Jia calculated their income. 1 gold bar weighs 1 kilogram, which is 1 kilogram. 1 gram is about $45, so 1 bar is $45,000. That's $13,214 in total. That's... where's my phone? Hearing Chi Jie's number, Layla Scarter also began to calculate, but it was obvious that this Samoan's math results were not very good and she did not quite understand. A total of $594,630,000. Looking at the confused Layla Scarter in front of her, Wallace Lele said with a smile. Those in charge of information were indeed much smarter than those in charge of combat. Wow, boss, you're rich again. Hearing that there were nearly $600 million worth of gold bars, Valentina said with a smile. I'm not rich. It's not that I'm rich, it's that we're rich. I'll take out another $6 million to make $600 million. We'll give $100 million to the Turok tribe. That's what they deserve. Of course, we can't give them money. We'll just give them things. As for the remaining $500 million, Azalina, you guys, plus Galina Vasilkaya and Durin who didn't come, there's a total of 8 people. Each of us gets $50 million. We'll split the $400 million, and the remaining $100 million is ours. In the past, the cows in his manor were fine because of his aura, so it was natural for him to make money. Now that they were out on an adventure, without these girls, he would not be able to eat these gold bars himself, so he would still share the money. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, except for Chi Jia, who still did not understand, the other girls were more or less touched. Then Azalina shook her head gently and threw a piece of wood into the fire. I don't want this money, Azalina said firmly as she looked at the fire in front of her. Chapter 897. Ha! What do you mean? Hearing Azalina's words, Jiang Hai looked at her with some doubts. Don't want, what does that mean? I'm by your side, and I have no place to spend money, let alone $50 million. It's meaningless. Shrugging her shoulders, Azalina said indifferently. Hearing Azalina's words, the others fell silent. Including Alessara and the others, they also thought about it carefully. They received money from Jiang Hai every month, which was the so-called salary. There were 2 portions, one for Jiang Hai and one for the company. Their annual income was about $300,000. At the same time, Jiang Hai bought them a place to live and a car for Jiang Hai. They had a house, a car, a job, and a status. They also had an annual income of $300,000. They really didn't know where to spend the $50 million. For their own retirement. It seemed that Jiang Hai could provide for their retirement. What would they invest in? Except for killing people, they were really bad at business. In such a case, what was the use of the money? Originally, when Azalina didn't say it, they felt a little confused. Now that Azalina said it, they felt even more confused. People were selfish. If they were given money for free, they would naturally want it. But they really didn't know what to do with the money. They didn't have families to take care of, and they weren't luxury fans. Even if they were, they could afford it with their own money. Bags, minks, whatever they wanted, they could buy. If it wasn't enough, they could ask Jiang Hai, and Jiang Hai would buy it for them. Now that Jiang Hai gave them $50 million, they really didn't know how to spend it. Moreover, these people were very smart. They knew that the $50 million was better than the benefits. Then I don't want it either. The first to react was the smartest Wallace Shelley. After the beauty finished speaking with a smile, she jumped to Jiang Hai's side. Her pair of extremely magnificent existence pressed on Jiang Hai's arm and looked at Jiang Hai with a smile. Hearing Wallace Shelley's words, the others also shook their heads. As Azalina said, we have no use for the money. Looking at Jiang Hai, Alessara tilted her head and looked at him. Just now, when Jiang Hai didn't say anything about splitting the money, she didn't have this idea. Now that he said it, she also felt that the money in her hands seemed to be useless. That's right, I'll give it to you. After thinking for a moment, Valentina nodded and then said seriously. I don't care. Anyway, if I want to buy something, I'll just ask you for money. Beliak looked at Jiang Hai, shrugged, and said indifferently. In the end, although Layla Scarter didn't speak, the way she looked at Jiang Hai explained everything. After listening to their words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but smile helplessly. They were betting everything on him. Okay, I won't split the money with you. You can become shareholders of Ting Company. Each of you has 5% of the shares, which is a total of 40%. Looking at the girls in front of him, Jiang Hai also said seriously. Oh. That's fine, this time we are also shareholders. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the girls thought for a moment. This is not a bad idea. Although the total assets of Ting Company are about 1.3 billion now, and 400 million in exchange for 40% is definitely a loss for Jiang Hai, but as the saying goes, the meat is in the pot. Jiang Hai doesn't feel that he is losing money. I don't want my money, I also want to exchange for shares. I have shares in Cheese Group, and I also want shares in Tinglong Company. At this time, Chi Jia also came over and said to Jiang Hai. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai also nodded with a smile. In order to not be unfair, Jiang Hai also gave Chi Jia 5% of the shares. In this way, 45% of the company's shares left Jiang Hai. But to put it bluntly, Jiang Hai is confident that he can keep them by his side, so these shares can't run away. Amidst the laughter, the ownership of Jiang Hai's pile of gold bricks finally came to an end. After waking up the next day, Jiang Hai and the others had breakfast and moved these gold bricks out. The space of this AMG 65 is not small, and it can barely fit under the chair. Anyway, Jiang Hai can't pull it all together, so it is inevitable that he will pull it back himself. 13 tons of gold was stuffed into the car by Jiang Hai. To be honest, it instantly felt that the space is quite small. Even the back of the seat is stuffed with gold bricks. If someone intercepts Jiang Hai's car at this time, then congratulations, you have won a big prize. When they came, the 5.5 LV8 twin-turbo engine was quite powerful, but when they went back, it was difficult for the speed to exceed 30 miles per hour. There is no other way, it is really too heavy. Fortunately, the density of gold is not small. Therefore, it does not take up much space. Otherwise, Jiang Hai and the others would not be able to pull it. Just like this, loaded with 13 tons of gold, Jiang Hai slowly drove into the distance. This time, they were preparing to go back the way they came. Although this place is closer to some cities in Nevada, there is a problem. Nevada is basically a desert, and the public security is not very good. Think about Las Vegas, Jiang Hai and the others should be careful. Although the public security in California is not particularly good, at least on the surface, no one dares to break the law, right? Jiang Hai drove. It took him 1 day to come here, 3 days to search, and 5 days to go back to Beverly Hills in Los Angeles. As soon as they got home and locked the car, Jiang Hai and the others all took a bath and took some antibiotics. Because they have been surviving in the wild these days, they did not know if they were bitten by insects or contracted any diseases, so it was normal to take some antibiotics. Then, Jiang Hai and the others all went back to their rooms, took off their clothes, and had a good sleep. Even Jiang Hai, who usually can't control his power, did not have any reaction when he saw them naked. They directly went to sleep. This time, they slept for 12 to 13 hours. After waking up, they felt pain and fatigue all over their bodies. Fortunately, they were very clear that this was normal. Then, when the women were thinking about what to eat, Jiang Hai began to look for a market. In fact, he had already found a market. The key was still with Du Feimin. As mentioned before, Dubai, which can also be said to be the Arab world, was a world of gold. No matter how poor a family is, they will inevitably have gold. When the bride gets married, if she doesn't wear gold all over her body, she will be criticized by her husband's family. Gold is very popular in Dubai because it is tax-free for the whole world. Therefore, 10% of the world's gold transactions are produced in Dubai. If Jianghai got other things, such as silver, it may be a little troublesome, but for gold, Du Feynman wants as much as he can get. However, he has been quite busy recently. After learning that Jianghai has gold, he only sent one person over. At the same time, he invited Jianghai to visit Dubai when he has time. Jianghai chuckled in response. He and Du Feynman have more business than friendship. If one of them really poured out his heart to the other, that would be crazy. Jianghai waited in Beverly Hills for 2 days. One of Du Feynman's housekeepers personally came to find Jianghai. After weighing them one by one, they determined the weight. After all, they were gold bricks from more than a year ago. Although they were almost the same as gold bricks now, they can be said to be 9 or 9. But it was impossible to be accurate to 4 nines, or even 5 nines. Basically, this was just pure gold, 99.9% of it. Therefore, the gold brought Jianghai a total of $593 million. Jianghai took the change. The gold was loaded into a car and sent directly to a plane. Du Feynman also directly transferred the money to Jianghai's account at American Express. In an instant, Jianghai's account was full again. After getting the money, Jianghai made a call to Tarak and told him to inform the patriarchs in the mountains that they had found what they needed. If they needed anything, he would just tell them directly. After Jianghai bought the items, he would send them over. If he gave them money directly, they wouldn't be able to buy anything and would be easily targeted. $100 million, Jianghai was fine with it, but that didn't mean that other people would be fine with it. Therefore, it is better to directly exchange it for things, such as some building materials, some animals, clothes, food, seeds, and so on. $100 million is enough for that small tribe to eat for 20 years. While Jianghai was arranging these things and leaving, Moses Adams, who was specially arranged to deal with Lois Knightley's case, had already made progress. It all depended on who had more connections and who had more money. So, Lois Knightley's case was quickly overturned, and the so-called rich man was forced to pay a lot of money. After Lois Knightley regained her freedom, she left Los Angeles. She didn't want to stay in this sad place. After thinking for a moment, Jianghai gave her a business card from the Tinglong Company. If she really had nowhere else to go, she could go there. In Jianghai's opinion, her appearance and brain were still very useful. If she really had nowhere to go, she could go to Jianghai's place. Jianghai could also shelter her. In the end, Lois Knightley didn't say whether she would go or not. She took the business card from Jianghai and left. Jianghai's matter in Los Angeles had officially come to an end. Although he really wanted to go to the South Pole and look for the place Bruce David mentioned, after all, the Dragon Badge was extremely important, he didn't have enough time recently. Chapter 898. Old Lou went to the toilet and met a young man. The young man took out his Dior and wanted to fight with Old Lou. Old Lou is gay and likes to fight with Dior. He forced the young man to squat in the corner. Let's see where you can run. Ding ding dang, ding ding dang. Well, that wasn't how the song was supposed to be sung, but who would care about that? It was December, and the entire United States was a world of red and green. This was because the United States and the West's biggest festival, Christmas, was about to be over. Among the major countries in the world, only Russia and some other countries celebrated the Eastern Orthodox Christmas. The rest celebrated December 25th. the traditions of the United States came from England and France. Naturally, they celebrated Christmas at this time. Jiang Hai had been in the United States for 3 years. For the people of this country, Jiang Hai had a deep understanding of the importance of Christmas. It was almost the same feeling as when Jiang Hai was young. However, in recent years, the atmosphere of the Spring Festival had become lighter and lighter. Almost everyone did not look forward to the Spring Festival like before. First, it was because their lives were better. It was not like before, when they could only have new clothes and delicious food during the Spring Festival. Jiang Hai's family was not very good, but it was not particularly bad either. When he was young, it was not like his parents' generation, where they could only eat meat or wear new clothes during the Spring Festival. He did not lack new clothes in the past, but the Spring Festival was always a fun thing, so everyone looked forward to it. Secondly, it was because his work was very busy now, and the pace of life was very fast. It was not like before, when he had enough time to wait for the Spring Festival. Other than the Spring Festival, there was nothing to look forward to. This was the reality. The Americans probably didn't celebrate Christmas the same way as the Chinese. This was because the Americans were used to being lazy during Christmas. Everyone had strict requirements for their working hours every day, and there were also many times when they could take a vacation. It could be said that in the United States, the time for vacation was much more than in China, especially in December. In order to welcome Christmas and the Spring Festival, many people saved their annual leave and took it at this time. They would be on leave for more than a month and would not go back to work until next year. Therefore, there were more people preparing for Christmas at home than before. The entire United States entered the Christmas atmosphere in advance. Jiang Hai often celebrated Christmas, but this was the first time he celebrated it in California. He was used to seeing Santa Claus who dressed up very well. Suddenly, he noticed that there were many Santa Claus on the street, Santa Claus girls who were wearing midriff-bearing outfits and miniskirts. Jiang Hai was really not used to it, but it seemed that the children and some young people were very used to it. "Boss, did you hear what I said?" Looking at Jiang Hai, who had been staring outside, Moses Adams, who was sitting next to Jiang Hai, said helplessly. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Hai opened his mouth and smiled apologetically. Yes, he had been so focused on what was happening outside that he really did not understand what Moses Adams had said. "Hey, boss, you're making me very distressed." Looking at Jiang Hai, Moses Adams helplessly flipped through the book in front of him, then sighed and said, but then he smiled. "This is Jiang Hai, isn't it? Hey, isn't it just equity certification? What's there to study? I'll go and tell him that I'm one of your shareholders. I have no ambition. I just want the annual dividends. That's all." With a shrug, Jiang Hai patted Moses Adams on the shoulder and said indifferently. Hearing Jiang Hai say this, Moses Adams also shrugged. That's all he could do. Moses Adams knew very well how he got up. The reason why he had his current net worth was inseparable from Jiang Hai. So to a certain extent, he still has some loyalty to Jiang Hai. Of course, the loyalty of an American, and the loyalty of an American lawyer, is just that. If someone pays him to deal with Jiang Hai, he may not do it. But if one day, he has the ability to deal with Jiang Hai, then he may not necessarily not do it. This is not a matter of morality or not, this is the reality. Not everyone is like Jiang Hai, who has no ambition. The specific situation is like this, but boss, you have to pay attention to something. Don't show any weakness. If so, it will be troublesome. Looking at Jiang Hai, Moses Adams said with a serious face. Weakness? Jiang Hai really didn't listen carefully to Moses Adams' words just now. Now that he heard it, he was also a little puzzled. People like Larry Page and Sergey Brin, who are now in charge of Google, must be very sensitive to these things. There is an old Huaxia saying that the competition between masters is not about whose attack is stronger, but who has fewer loopholes. You must be careful of the traps they set for you. These things are very important. It is very likely that you will lose a lot of money. Looking at Jiang Hai's indifferent look, Moses Adams also said seriously, "Okay, I will be careful." Looking at Moses Adams' serious face, Jiang Hai also nodded to show that he understood. He also knows that the business world is like a battlefield. There is no such thing as morality or kinship. He used to watch a lot of melodramatic TV dramas at home. Although they were all melodramatic, the material of the melodramatic TV dramas came from reality. Don't forget, there was a saying that reality was always more melodramatic than imagination. Especially virtual high-tech industries like the internet. In fact, many people in the industry are not optimistic about it. This was also the reason why those big families rarely bought shares of these things. This was because nobody knew when this thing would suddenly collapse. This kind of thing was very common. Just like Jiang Hai remembered, there was a time in the past when Renren was quite popular in China. At that time, it almost replaced Penguin, but suddenly, it seemed that in less than a year, no one played it. It was just that thorough, just that straightforward. Although he kept changing his name, there were not many people who played it. The same is true for the electronic information industry. It may be popular today, but it will suddenly collapse tomorrow. No one can say for sure. But the economic miracles brought about by these industries are quite impressive, and there are quite a lot of twists and turns in it. Speaking of the IT industry, the three giants of the IT industry in the United States, Microsoft, Apple, and Google, were also recognized. In the past, there may be IBM. Jiang Hai remembered that his laptop was the most expensive. There were also Cisco, Hewlett-Packard, DEC, and so on. Now, they are all gone. This is the reality. The founders of the three giants mentioned above, Microsoft, Apple, and Google, were all kicked out. But after they came back, only Google could keep their power so stable. Everyone knows that Bill Gates' words are not working well for a long time. Although he kept his shares, he has no management power. Apple's founder, Steve Jobs, was directly kicked out. Not only did he lose his company, but also his money. But with a clever mind, he later founded another company. When Apple was about to collapse, he bought Steve Jobs' company and let him come back to the head office to take over. Otherwise, Apple would still be a rotten apple and would not be the number one in the IT industry. Google's current chairman is not Sergey Brin or Larry Page, but Eric Schmidt. However, their words still carried the most weight. This showed that not only were the two men smart in business, but they also had some skills in business and politics. This allowed them to protect themselves in this whirlpool. In fact, everyone knows a little about Google. They started out as a search engine. They once wanted to enter Huaxia, but after being tricked by Baidu, they announced that they will never enter Huaxia. Their main businesses are very diverse. For example, the world's first video website, YouTube 13, belongs to them. They also have Google Maps. But because they are not allowed to enter China, they have not updated their maps for a long time. Seeing Apple's mobile phones becoming popular, Zhang Ruiqiang bought Motorola in 2012. In the end, Motorola's mobile phones are no longer sold. Their Android operating system is the most popular. It is ironic, later, they also launched e-commerce or something. The gimmick was to use drones to deliver goods. Regarding this, Jiang Hai just laughed. But last year, Google entered the spotlight again, mainly because of a game. A game that Jiang Hai was addicted to, Pokemon Go. When everyone is paying attention to VR, Google turned their attention to AR, Zhang Ruiqiang has to admit that these people are very creative and did a good job. The novel idea of going out of the house to play games is very interesting. They can train their bodies and play games at the same time. It is because of their ideas that they beat Microsoft and Apple to become the #1 company. To be honest, Jiang Hai is looking forward to seeing those people from Google. Because he is also interested in these high-tech things. He just doesn't know if Google has such things in their company. Soon, Zhang Ruiqiang's car arrived at Google's building in Mountain View, Santa Clara County. After Jiang Hai alighted from the car, Azalina and Alfred, who were driving, also alighted. They walked to both sides of Jiang Hai. At the same time, a middle-aged woman wearing an assistant walked out from Google's lobby with a smile on her face. She took the initiative to extend her hand. Chapter 899. Hello, you must be Mr. Jiang. My name is Shauna Boone, the senior CEO of Google's operations department, and I'm also the one who will receive you this time. Looking at Jiang Hai, the middle-aged woman in front of him spoke first and said with a serious face. Hello. Hearing her words, Jiang Hai also smiled and stretched out his hand. He didn't expect that when he came to the door, there would be a CEO or a chairman coming to pick him up. This was unrealistic. Although Jiang Hai now has some money and some reputation, he is still not at the same level as guys like Larry Page. Shall we go directly to the certification procedures, or do you want to visit our building first? Seeing that Jiang Hai seemed to be quite easy to talk to, Shauna Boone also smiled and said, Let's visit the building first. To be honest, I'm quite interested in these high-tech companies. Jiang Hai looked at Shauna Boone in front of him and thought for a moment and said. He was telling the truth. It was not easy to come to Google, and he came as a shareholder. He naturally wanted to see the situation here first. Okay, please come this way. Smiling at Jiang Hai, Shauna Boone led Jiang Hai into Google's headquarters. Before walking into Google's headquarters, Jiang Hai was very satisfied with the environment here. In fact, it was called Google's headquarters, at least outside, it was more like a park. Lawns could be seen everywhere, and there were also sports venues such as volleyball courts. Because Google's headquarters was very large, there were places to rent bicycles outside, and the bicycles were all in Google colors. Android small robots were on many lawns, and there were all kinds of them. Because of the worship of high-tech, the parking lot here was equipped with charging stations. Don't get me wrong, it was not for charging battery cars, but for charging electric cars. This kind of car did not pollute the environment, and it was very cheap. Compared to burning oil, it saved 2/3 of the cost. Jiang Hai also had 2 electric cars at home, so he was very clear. And the most important thing was that if he bought this kind of car, the state would subsidize it, so it was very suitable. The only thing that was not suitable was that this kind of car could not go fast. Generally, it could rarely go more than 90 miles per hour, so those who pursued speed were not suitable for this kind of electric car. However, there were not many people in the IT industry who would play with excitement, right? Regardless of the situation outside, Jiang Hai followed Shauna Boone into Google's office building. From the outside, Google's office building was similar to some domestic government buildings, but it was not as tall as those government buildings. It looked like the highest place was about 3 or 4 floors, but after walking in, Jiang Hai wanted to curse. This evil capitalism really knew how to enjoy life. Walking into the building, the first thing that caught his eyes was naturally the front desk. This was nonsense, but it was not necessary to explain it here, because the front desk here was also very cute. Not far from the wooden front desk was a place for some people to rest. It was not the kind of sofa that everyone was familiar with, but soft cushions that looked like beans were placed in the distance. Google's office was not only an office, but also a scenic spot. Anyone who came to Mountain View City to play would more or less come here to take a look. Therefore, there were many tourists here. Walking inside, not long after, Jiang Hai saw a huge gym. There were dozens of treadmills, and at this time, some people were running there. The most important thing was that many treadmills were specially installed with boards, so people could exercise and work at the same time. This was also counted as working time. Next to the gym, there were several massage rooms in a row. If one sat in front of the computer for a long time, not only would it be easy to lose one's figure, but it would also be easy to get cervical spondylosis or old lumbar muscle damage. There were professional masseuses here. Of course, if one wanted to come for a massage, they would have to queue up. Walking forward, there was a small bowling alley. According to the map here, there was a huge laundry room in the distance, and there was a swimming pool on the roof. It could be said that the fitness equipment was quite good. When Jiang Hai walked past their staff lounge, he also found a billiard table. During the break, one could also play billiards. The staff cafeteria in the distance was self-service. It was said that there were more than a dozen dishes to choose from every year. Drinks, snacks, ice cream, and the like were free all year round. It was the same for the coffee machine. This was simply a paradise for foodies. Even between the two floors, there was a staircase to go upstairs and a slide to go downstairs. It maintained a sense of childlike innocence. Walking forward to the office area, it could be said that every employee's workspace was quite large. Walking forward, they arrived at the lunch break room. It was still morning, so there was no one here. However, Jiang Hai had to admit that the lunch break room here was quite impressive. There was a massage chair-like sofa that could only be found in the business cabin of an airplane. Lying on it, there was a fish tank on the opposite side. Looking at the swimming fish and sleeping here, it was really a very cool thing. Looking at what Jiang Hai had seen along the way, Shauna Boone also explained to Jiang Hai with a smile, "Here at Google, each area has a different theme. Some are modern, some are ice and snow, and some are deserts. The main purpose is to reduce the fatigue of the familiar environment and stimulate the brain to always maintain the state of youth." Indeed, people who always stay in a familiar environment will become dazed. Although it will make them feel very comfortable, familiar, and comfortable. However, if they always stay in a familiar environment, they will not think about what to do. Instead, they will do things based on their body's memory. For example, if they are familiar with the cup here, the cup will be here. They will not look for the cup, so their brain will not move. Jiang Hai actually lived in such a physical memory environment, but he felt quite comfortable and did not think about those messy things. In fact, it is a very happy thing. However, Google is not the same. Not everyone here is a billionaire. Therefore, Google needs to maintain the active thinking of the employees. An unchanging environment will stifle this. Therefore, basically, whether it is domestic or foreign high-tech companies, at least in terms of layout, it is absolutely enviable to everyone. Of course, this refers to those top IT companies. Ordinary programmers can't enjoy such treatment. Next is the place where Google has the most high-tech. Please follow me. After visiting the outside area, following Shauna Boone's words, Jiang Hai also came to a place guarded by security personnel. This place is not open to the public, but Jiang Hai is not an outsider after all. He is a shareholder here. Letting the shareholders see their black technology will help them to have confidence in their company. Shauna Boone is a veteran in this field. Therefore, after arriving here, she deliberately emphasized it. As she opened the door with a key card, Jiang Hai and the others walked in. However, when they went in, Jiang Hai and Moses Adams were fine, but when Azalina and Aleppo walked over, they heard a gunshot. Needless to say, it was because of the gun. After they handed the gun to the guard, the two continued to follow Jiang Hai in. As soon as they walked in, Jiang Hai really felt like he had entered Qi Jie's research institute. Not only because everything was white, but also because the high-tech here caught Jiang Hai's attention. In front of Jiang Hai, the first thing that appeared was a huge flat light screen. On this light screen, there was a three-dimensional pattern of this place made by a laser, including the safety exits, the various rooms, and so on. A person's hand could touch these rooms. For example, if Jiang Hai grabbed the pattern and turned it, the pattern would really turn. Whichever room Jiang Hai pointed at, that room would be enlarged, and then there was a video recording next to it, as well as an introduction to the room's function. Jiang Hai felt that he could play with this light screen for a whole day, and it might not be enough. This is a lightwave projector. Almost all high-tech companies have it. If you customize it, you can project the things that need to be processed in the computer into the air, just like in the Iron Man movie. It's a pretty good thing whether it's used to watch TV or play. It can also be connected to the home. If someone invades, it's very convenient. You can also control it to open the curtains, open the windows, and so on, but it needs to be fully remodeled. Seeing that Jiang Hai was very interested in the thing outside, Shauna Boone also said with a smile. Gulp, how much does it cost to modify this thing? Jiang Hai swallowed his saliva. It was almost written on his face that he really wanted this thing. He looked at Shauna Boone and asked her. We won't install it for outsiders, but because you are our shareholder, so, if you need it, we can install it for you for $10 million. Looking at Jiang Hai's appearance, Shauna Boone also said with a smile. 10 million is fine. Let's not talk about anything else. I'll order this thing first. Just like you said, I want the feeling of Iron Man. Looking at Shauna Boone in front of him, Jiang Hai couldn't help but nod. Although he sighed in his heart that it was really easy to make money from high-tech, seeing such a fun thing, if you don't let him play with it, he would feel bad in his heart, right? And Azalina and Alfred were also looking at this thing at this time. They also felt that it was really good to install this. No problem, I'll remember it. Let's go over here. Hearing that Jiang Hai had ordered a $10 million thing so happily, Shauna Boone was slightly stunned, then smiled and said, "This is really a rich man." Chapter 900. As for Jiang Hai, although he didn't hold a lot of shares, whether it was Larry Page or the board of directors, no one would look down on him, especially after all the trouble he had caused this year. Almost everyone in the world who knew about Jiang Hai knew that he was a man with great potential. The beef in his manor had almost reached 20% of the high-end restaurants in America. Only 1,000th of the beef that Jiang Hai sold to Sam's Club and C Merchant supermarkets were circulating in the market. The rest of the beef was sold out by the owners of high-end restaurants before it could even reach the shelves. People like Larry Page had tasted Jiang Hai's beef before. This year, Jiang Hai's seafood had also won a place in the high-end market in America. Although it was not as good as beef, its sweet taste was several times more expensive than ordinary seafood. Even so, those high-end restaurants still bought out all the seafood. In addition to the high-end Western restaurants in Boston, most of the other stores also received goods from Walmart. But after all, this was the second time he made a profit, so he had to spend more money. After knowing that Jiang Hai had his own logistics company, many people near New York started to buy Jiang Hai's seafood. In California, there were also restaurants that bought Jiang Hai's goods. Of course, it was through Walmart. It could not be helped. Everyone knew that seafood in the temperate zone was not as delicious as the seafood in the cold zone. This was inevitable. After all, fish in the temperate zone and the tropics could grow for 1 year and had a lot of food. On the other hand, fish in the cold zone could only grow for half a year and did not have a lot of food. Therefore, the fish in the cold zone needed 4 to 5 years to mature, while the fish in the tropics only needed 1 year to mature. If the taste of the fish in the cold zone was the same, then the cold zone would not be able to develop. Therefore, although the price was high, Jianghai's seafood still sold well in California and Miami. With the beef, fish, and shrimp, Jianghai could easily become one of the richest people in America. However, just when everyone thought that Jianghai could only do so much, Jianghai started to sell grass. Some people said that Jianghai was looking for trouble. Why was he selling grass? With the grass, he could raise more cows. By then, it would not be as simple as 20%. It might even be 50% or 100%. How much money would that be? Now that the grass had been sold, other people could sell a cow for $50,000 to $60,000. Wasn't that crazy? If it were 3 years ago, Jianghai might have thought the same. It was not that he had suddenly become a saint or that his brain was damaged. Even if his brain was damaged, people like Chile and Moses Adams, who were very sensitive to business, would definitely tell Jianghai about this. The reason why he was selling grass was that he wanted to tie more people to his chariot. It was just like when Jianghai first came to America, he had been worried that his efforts would be swallowed up by the American government or some big family. At that time, his way of protecting himself was to buy oil futures. This was indeed a way. If someone irresistible came to annex Jianghai's manor, then Jianghai could go to the Rockefeller family. The billions of dollars in oil futures were a stepping stone. But even if he went to the Rockefeller family, the stepping stone was gone. Even if he could keep his manor, it was hard to guarantee that no one would ride roughshod over him. This was a realistic problem. After all, Jianghai at that time was just a fat sheep in their eyes. What Jianghai wants to do now is to not be under others. Although he has no ambition to establish a global village or a national strategic business, these things have nothing to do with him. But to ask him to be someone else's little brother, he won't be willing. That was why he chose to sell grass. Did anyone dare to touch him now? He was a strategic partner with the royal family in Dubai. In America, he was also a partner with real estate tycoons and Luke Shawn. He was also a partner with South Korea. He was also from Huaxia. In Huaxia, the Qi family, which had tens of billions of yuan, was backing him. It could be said that Jianghai's allies were all over the world. Moreover, the taxes he paid were not a cent less. Whether it was the federal government or the state government, they all liked Jianghai very much. What reason did a law-abiding rich man have not to protect him? And the most important thing is that Jianghai himself is not involved in politics. He did not join any party. Under such circumstances, Jianghai naturally changed from a small manor that could be annexed to an existence that everyone wanted to have a good impression of. Of course, this was only one of the reasons. There was also another reason. That was, he did not dare to raise too many cows. His own family knew his own family's business. There was a secret about why his cows were so good. Although this secret could not be known by others and could not be imitated, if it was exposed, Jianghai would be in some trouble. People's hearts were hard to predict. This was the most important thing. You couldn't guarantee that all your subordinates would be on the same side as you, especially when there were too many people. You couldn't guarantee that there wouldn't be people from other forces among the newly recruited people who would cause trouble for you. Therefore, there was really no way to have too many people. You couldn't have too many people, and you couldn't have too many bulls, right? But even so, in the eyes of Larry Page and the others, Jianghai was still a rich investor. They had come here to watch Jianghai show off his strength. A system that cost $10 million had been booked just like that. This was strength. Bypassing the platform, Jiang Hai and the others walked into the laboratory at the back. As soon as they walked in, Jiang Hai could not help but exclaim in surprise. In front of him was a huge white space. However, every 100 square meters or so, there was a separate partition. Although there was no door, it told everyone that every space was researching different things. The first space that Jiang Hai saw was researching robots. Recently, Google's robots had been quite popular. The most famous one was AlphaGo. It had defeated professional Go players one after another, and it had attracted a lot of attention in the Go world. However, AlphaGo was just a set of data, and this professional team was going to load this data into the robots. In front of Jiang Hai, there were many simplified robots. Some of them looked like Eve in Robot Wars, and some looked like the robots in Robot Enemy. It was very simple. One could see the wires and so on at a glance. However, everyone knew that the most difficult part of this thing was the system, followed by the transmission device, and then the appearance. The appearance was also the simplest. Just think of the life-size dolls that were popular in Japan now, and you would find that it was very easy to make a shell. Seeing Jiang Hai and the others coming over, the robots that were researching turned their heads and glanced at Jiang Hai. When they saw Shauna Boone walking in front, they even saluted her. It looked cute and interesting. Next to the robots, there were a lot of people doing research. Some were studying drones, some were studying systems, and some were studying explosion-proof and so on. Jiang Hai didn't quite understand it. After Sean Brenna walked in here, he understood what she meant by each word, but when they were put together, he could only chuckle. Jiang Hai looked at Sean Brenna and said, "Ha." It was not that he did not study hard, but he did not know what she was talking about. As they walked, when they reached the middle section, Jiang Hai found an interesting partition. In this partition, everyone was wearing something that looked like a battle power detector in the Dragon Ball. They were gesturing there. Seeing this, Jiang Hai could not help but stop and look at the situation inside with some curiosity. This is the AR research department. We released a game called Pokemon Go this year. I don't know if you have played it. Looking at Jiang Hai, Shauna Boone said with a smile on her face. Of course, I am a die-hard fan, but isn't that game played on the mobile phone? And this thing that looks like a battle power detector in the Dragon Ball, what is it? Hearing Shauna Boone's words, Jiang Hai also nodded seriously. He liked that game very much. After hearing Jiang Hai's words, Shauna Boone also explained to Jiang Hai. This is the next step of virtual reality enhancement equipment. That thing that looks like a detector is an advanced product of our Google Glass. It can not only display the image of the mobile phone, but it can also replace the mobile phone for voice control operations. After hearing Jiang Hai's words, Shauna Boone walked into the space with Jiang Hai, picked up a device, and asked Jiang Hai to try it on. After Jiang Hai took it, he took a look at it first. This device is really almost the same as the detector in the Dragon Ball. It has a semi-membrane like a lens, and there is a device that buckles the ear, but it is very troublesome to put it on. It just needs to be plugged in. After Jiang Hai set up the device, a mobile phone icon appeared in front of his right eye. It was the same as the desktop of the mobile phone placed on the desktop at this time. Then under the guidance of Shauna Boone, Jiang Hai stared at the Pokemon Go icon. Open. As Jiang Hai's voice fell, the game started directly. After all, it was still in the experimental stage, so there was no animation or music. After seeing the progress bar read, a realistic picture appeared directly in front of Jiang Hai. On the ground beside him, there were 3 elves, looking at him with cute faces. Regarding these 3 little guys, Jiang Hai was very familiar with them. Little Charmander, Wonderful Frog, and Jenny Turtle. These 3 little guys were different from the ones he saw on the phone. Now, these three little guys looked as if they were really living in this world. Perfect. Chapter 901. When will this game go on the market? After playing for a long time, Jiang Hai took off the connector on his ear and asked Shauna Boone. To be honest, Jiang Hai still liked playing this thing, and most importantly, it was really similar to reality. If it was really developed, it would probably become popular all over the world in an instant. Jiang Hai was also a Chinibu before. He used to read the most popular online gaming novels. That kind of virtual gaming chamber was something that he fantasized about. Now, there was probably no such thing as a virtual gaming chamber. But this kind of AR augmented reality technology was very powerful. It felt like Yu-Gi-Oh, right? Now it was Pokemon Go, and maybe there would be Yu-Gi-Oh in the future. When two people met, they would shout a duel. Ah, the feeling of Chinibu really made one's blood boil. I estimate that it won't go on the market for 2 or 3 years. After all, this kind of earpiece is based on Google Glass. The price of each earpiece is $10,000. Of course, even if the cost drops in the future, it will still be more than $3,000. I don't think the public will be able to accept a pair of glasses that cost $3,000. Hearing Shauna Boone's words, Jiang Hai also nodded. Although there were so many Apple fans in China, that was because Apple phones were not expensive to begin with. Well, based on Jiang Hai's current situation, it was not expensive, but even for ordinary families, it was still affordable. Not to mention those low-end phones, the latest Pulse version was only about $6,000. The good ones were about $7,000 to $8,000. Based on the domestic sales level, the average wage earner could afford it even if they ate salted vegetables for a month. $6,000 was equivalent to $1,000. And when a gaming device cost $3,000 or $20,000, how many people would buy it? This was reality, so unless Google set the price of this thing to about $1,000, not many people would buy it. Thinking of this, Jiang Hai pursed his lips. It was really a pity. But he was quite optimistic about this technology. Recalling the virtual world he saw just now, Jiang Hai also felt a little itchy in his heart. He sighed. This was not what he needed to think about now, was it? He continued to walk with Shauna Boone, but Jiang Hai kept thinking about the game just now. After walking out of the R&D center, Shauna Boone took Jiang Hai to Larry Page's office. Although the chairman of Google was Eric Schmidt, the people who had the final say here were Larry Page and Sergey Brin. Therefore, things like verifying shares naturally had to be done by meeting the boss here. They walked to the door of an office. As Shauna Boone gently knocked on the door, the voice of a middle-aged man came from inside the room. As the two pushed the door open and walked in, Jiang Hai also saw the situation in the room at this time. This office was actually not very big, and the arrangement was very simple. At this time, there was a black-haired white man sitting behind the desk. He did not look like an entrepreneur or a star, and he was dressed very well. When Jiang Hai looked at him, he felt that the first impression he gave was that he was a little cowardly, not in terms of personality, but in terms of appearance. It was a little too simple, and his thick eyebrows looked a little funny. But at this time, no one in the company dared to look down on him, because he was one of the founders of Google, Larry Page. Opposite him sat a middle-aged man who looked a little like Slavic. To be honest, this man was more handsome than Larry Page. He had a slightly gray beard and looked very sexy. Jiang Hai also knew this man. He was Larry Page's good friend, Sergey Brin. Jiang Hai did not expect to see these two people when he just came to verify shares. Hello, you must be Jiang Hai, Mr. Jiang. I'm Larry Page, the CEO of Google. This is our shareholder, Sergey Brin. Seeing Jiang Hai come over, Larry Page immediately stood up and stretched out his hand with a smile. Jiang Hai also shook hands with these two people, and after a few words of greeting, he sat on a sofa opposite the desk. Naturally, only Jiang Hai, Larry Page, and Sergey Brin had the right to sit here. Although the United States did not pay attention to people's ranks, sometimes it was still necessary to distinguish between the priorities. Just like now, only these three people had the right to speak. So, whether it was Shauna Boone or Moses Adams, they stood by the side. As for Asalina and Alfred Serra, they did not come in, but just stayed outside the door. Mr. Jiang, this time you are here to certify the shares, right? In addition to certifying the shares, Mr. Jiang, do you have any suggestions or ideas for our company? After sitting down and chatting for a while, Sergey Brin asked Jiang Hai with a smile. Compared to Larry Page, Sergey Brin is a Soviet Russian, so he spends most of his time abroad. For people like Jiang Hai, he knows very well how to talk to him. Well, I'm mainly here to certify the shares. As for other things, I have nothing to say. Hearing Sergey Brin's words, Jiang Hai's heart skipped a beat, but he still kept a smile on his face. He knew that something was coming. After thinking for a while, Jiang Hai coughed softly and continued to talk to the two people in front of him about his intentions. I don't have any special ideas about Google, because I don't understand IT at all. I'm not afraid that you two will laugh at me. I'm originally a farm owner, and these shares were obtained by chance, so don't expect me to make any constructive suggestions. I don't have any at all. As for the distribution of my shares, I'm going to follow your wishes. After all, I'm just here to make money, that's all. Looking at the two people in front of him, Jiang Hai explained his position first. Hearing that Jiang Hai was just talking business, the two of them were relieved. As long as he wasn't a fool or someone with ulterior motives, then they would be fine. Since he wasn't an enemy, then they could develop into friends, right? Hearing Mr. Jiang's words, I'm relieved. Just now, Shauna should have also taken Mr. Jiang around the company. I don't know how Mr. Jiang feels about our company's environment. Since Jiang Hai is not an enemy, Larry Page's tone was much more relaxed. He looked at Jiang Hai and said with a smile. It's quite good. To be honest, if I were a person in the IT industry, then my dream workplace would be here. And the black technology here is really a feast for my eyes. Although he didn't understand most of it, it didn't prevent Jiang Hai from praising them. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the two also laughed. Just now, Mr. Jiang also ordered a global intelligence system. Seeing that the three of them were having a good conversation, Shauna Boone also interrupted. Hearing that Jiang Hai was not being perfunctory and was really interested, the two raised their eyebrows. Although that system is a little more mature now, it's extremely expensive to build. Looking at Jiang Hai, Larry Page said in a low voice. To be honest, $10 million was not a small amount for anyone. Even if Larry Page's total assets were as high as $23 billion, it was not easy for him to come up with $10 million in cash. You may not know me well. Because I don't engage in listed companies, nor do I enclose land for construction, I spend all the money I earn myself. Perhaps in terms of total assets, I'm not ranked at all in this world. I may be ranked behind tens of millions of people, but in terms of cash, it should be in the top 10,000. That's right. That's right. Looking at Larry Page, Jiang Hai also said with a smile. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Larry Page nodded secretly. He didn't know how much money Jiang Hai had in total, but thinking about it, with his business, he should have billions of dollars in cash. In this world, it was true that cash in the bank would only depreciate, but people with a lot of cash were the biggest customers. Of course, Jiang Hai's words about being in the top 10,000 or being in the top 10 million were all nonsense. There were indeed a lot of rich people in this world, especially those from big families. They were not listed, so no one knew how much money they had. But with Jiang Hai's current net worth, it was not a problem for him to be in the top 3,000 in the world. He thought that Jiang Hai was being modest. He heard that the people in the ancient Eastern countries were quite modest. But to be honest, Jiang Hai wasn't being modest. It was because his money didn't seem to be much in the country. Some sector-level cadres with real power probably had as much money as him, but of course, they had less cash than him. Looking at Jiang Hai, Larry Page thought for a moment, then said to Jiang Hai, "Since you're our shareholder, I'll make the decision. The original customer intelligence level is from beginner to advanced." "Oh. This thing is divided into beginner and advanced." Hearing Larry Page's words, Jiang Hai asked with some confusion. Of course, the beginner level can basically only answer some simple conversations and settings, while the advanced level can't think on its own, but it can make connections through language. It's an intelligence system second only to AlphaGo. Looking at Jiang Hai, Larry Page also introduced it, and as soon as he finished speaking, Sergey Brin on the other side also spoke. "I wonder if Mr. Jiang is interested in working with us to deepen our cooperation." Looking at Jiang Hai, Sergey Brin said seriously. What they liked the most was this kind of person who didn't care about anything and still had money. "I'm not interested in other things, but I'm quite interested in AR." Hearing Sergey Brin's words, Jiang Hai chuckled. It was not that easy to trick him, but he was indeed interested in something. Chapter 902. Virtual Reality Augmentation Technology. After hearing Jiang Hai's words, Larry Page and Sergey Brin couldn't help but look at each other. They saw a trace of surprise and enthusiasm in each other's eyes because no one knew better than them the significance of this technology. With all due respect, it seems that Mr. Jiang is not the kind of person who is interested in learning about the development of new technologies. Sergey Brin looked at Jiang Hai and thought for a moment before speaking. Although it was slightly offensive, it was on point. Through the conversation just now, they thought that they had understood Jiang Hai. Indeed, Jiang Hai acted like a pure layman. He also expressed that he was only interested in money and didn't understand anything else in the IT industry. He had almost labeled himself as someone who didn't understand anything. It wasn't that Larry Page or Sergey Brin looked down on such people. They had their own specializations, and they wouldn't be so shallow. They thought that because they were talented in this field, they would look down on others. They had already passed the era of ignorance. But in Jiang Hai's view, he was this kind of person. And this kind of person often only cared about short-term income. Their vision was not that strong, because they were not very clear about the future. Their short-term business plans were nothing more than the Android system, smartphone system, or even making a phone. These were all projects that could make money in a short period of time. Jiang Hai directly said that he wanted to cooperate on the AR project, which made Sergey Brin and Larry Page a little confused. "Don't look at me like that. I really don't know much about these things, but I am a loyal fan of Pokemon Go. If you can sell this game to Huaxia, it will be even more popular." Looking at the two's eyes, Jiang Hai chuckled, then opened his mobile phone page and shook it gently. The poke ball on the screen was quite eye-catching. Seeing this scene, the two in front of him couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that their game worked. There's no other way, because this game requires Google Maps, but Huaxia doesn't allow maps that are too clear because there are a lot of pages that can't be logged in. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Larry Page also said with a smile. Indeed, since 10 years ago, Google had withdrawn from the Huaxia mainland. Firstly, it was because of some policies. As he said, there were too many military bases in Huaxia, and it was absolutely impossible for Google to be scanned by satellites. Of course, Google could say that they would bypass that place, but the government wouldn't know if they scanned it or not. You are an American company, and how can you be trusted by the Chinese military? Secondly, the regulation of the search engine was not in Huaxia, but in the United States. It was a bit troublesome to block some news. Finally, there was also Google adding fuel to the fire, which eventually led to Google giving up on Huaxia. And now this game required Google Maps, Google accounts, and email. Even if Google was willing to open it up, the domestic policies would never allow it. This was the reality, so if they wanted to play this game, they would have to wait. Okay, let's not talk about this. Speaking of which, I'm quite optimistic about this project, and I'm willing to make some money on it. I don't know what you think. He brought the topic back. Things like politics had nothing to do with him, and he didn't want to talk about these things, so it was better to see what they thought. Mr. Jiang, do you know about Alphabet? When Larry Page and Sergey Brin heard Jiang Hai's words, they looked at each other, then Larry Page spoke to Jiang Hai. I know a little. Isn't Google a subsidiary of this company? That's why I'm here to certify the shares. When Jiang Hai heard Larry Page's words, he nodded. He did know a little. Although he didn't know much, he knew a little. Well, Alphabet is a company that Sergey and I founded last year. I separated all the companies. Alphabet not only includes Google, but it also includes Google Ventures, Google Capital, Google Labs, Nest, and YouTube. I did this to completely separate business and scientific research. Larry Page looked at Jiang Hai in front of him and said seriously. Seeing how serious he was, Jiang Hai also became serious. I've always thought that business and research are different. A businessman in business shouldn't order the research and development department around, but there aren't many people who have such a long-term vision, so we had to break up the subsidiaries and force this to happen. I'm not only researching virtual reality augmentation technology, but also robot intelligence technology. I'm also researching flying cars, and I already have some preliminary ideas. Basically, the design is 70% complete. If you really have this idea, we can add you in. Larry Page looked at Jiang Hai and said seriously. But why me? To be honest, when you didn't say that just now, I was a little relieved. But after you mentioned the flying car, I'm very sure that if you had said that, you would definitely have invested a lot in it. Why me? Hearing what Larry Page said, Jiang Hai was stunned. It can be said that as long as the flying car is more than 70% complete, the number of people who will invest money can probably line up from here to Los Angeles. First of all, as I said, I don't want those shareholders who order me around. Second, I need cash, and you meet these two requirements. Of course, another reason is that I'm also a loyal fan of your beef. Larry Page looked at Jiang Hai and said with a smile. Larry and I go to Padarat restaurant at least twice a week. Oh, that's the only restaurant in Los Angeles that sells your beef. Seeing Jiang Hai's puzzled look, Sergey Brin said with a smile. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai couldn't help but laugh a little. Can this be considered a reason? But it doesn't matter, as long as they think it's a reason, it's fine, right? Okay, you've convinced me. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Jiang Hai looked at the two people in front of him and shrugged. He then asked them seriously. Jiang Hai was indeed a little tempted. There was no AR that Jiang Hai saw, no flying cars, no drone delivery. With only a search engine, advertising, and the copyright of the Android system, Google's net income last year was $487 billion. Based on Jiang Hai's 1.2% equity, he could receive $85,784,400 in dividends from Google last year. If AR was really put into production, flying cars, and even intelligent robots, it might take 3 to 5 years, or even 10 years. But by then, how much would Google's equity be worth? How much would Jiang Hai get every year? He was quite tempted. I've discussed with Sergey. Because of the company's restructuring, some shareholders are not willing to claim their shares. These shares add up to about 6% of the total. If you really have the funds, we can squeeze out 3% of the shares and give you 1% of the shares. Larry Page looked at Jiang Hai and said in a serious tone. How much? Hearing their words, Jiang Hai didn't have time to react. Instead, it was Moses Adams who let out a strange cry. 1%. After hearing his words, Larry Page said it again seriously. In his opinion, Moses Adams's reaction was right, and Jiang Hai's confused expression was not quite right. Currently, Google is delisted, and Alphabet is relisted as Google. The current market value of this company is 1%. You can do the math yourself. Looking at Larry Page in front of him, Moses Adams made an apologetic gesture, then pulled Jiang Hai over, quickly took out his phone, and handed it to Jiang Hai. At the same time, he whispered to Jiang Hai. After hearing his words, Jiang Hai also looked down. Okay, the current market value of Alphabet was $811 billion. 1% was $4 billion. Jiang Hai had 2%, and the remaining 88%, he had to fork out $8,011,936,800. Of course, even if he rounded it up, it was still $8 billion. It was $8 billion. How did these guys know he had so much money? Thinking back to a few days ago, after Du Feynman transferred money to Jiang Hai checked his balance. It was about $2 billion. Originally, there was nearly $8 billion in this card, but then Jiang Hai pretended to be 13 in Imperial Capital and spent $6 billion, which was about $2 billion, to buy 23% of Qi Group's shares. He still had about $6 billion left, and he earned about $600 million from selling gold, which added up to about $2 billion. But it had to be known that this money also had to be taxed. Although he would not be like last year, where he would spend hundreds of millions at once, he would not be able to save up. However, this amount of money couldn't be saved. After deducting next year's April tax, Jiang Hai didn't have much left. Well, he had always thought that buying a plane or something like that wouldn't be a problem. Now, it seemed that there might be some problems. Although he had already paid for the plane, if he really bought it, he might be back to square one in a single day. Looking at this number, to be honest, Jiang Hai was a little hesitant. Moses Adams quietly hinted to Jiang Hai that if he had the money, he could buy it if he wanted to. This was a very appropriate thing to do. Looking at his movement, Jiang Hai gritted his teeth. Based on his current monthly income, he could just sell more grass in April. The taxes would not be a problem for him. These shares, he wanted them. Chapter 903. What's wrong? Can't sleep. The moonlight shone on Beverly Hills, Jiang Hai's rented villa. Under the moonlight, Jiang Hai sat on the sofa in the living room, staring blankly at the moon outside. At this time, Azalina slowly walked over from behind. Her hand slowly slid from Jiang Hai's neck to Jiang Hai's chest. She looked at him with some doubt and asked. Sigh. I worked so hard for 2 to 3 years, and now I'm back to square one. I used all my assets to exchange for this piece of paper. Sigh. My heart hurts. Jiang Hai slapped his forehead and said helplessly when he sensed Azalina behind him. He spent 4.8 billion to buy 8% of Google's shares and merged it with his original 1.2% to become 1%. What's the point of exchanging 4 billion in cash for 1% of Google's shares? In fact, there are many benefits. From Moses Adams' point of view, Jiang Hai has made a lot of money. Google, Apple, and Microsoft shares are still not shares, and there is basically no place to buy them. They can't even be bought at a premium. Furthermore, Jiang Hai's shares are at par, and he saved some change. From Moses Adams' point of view, if Jiang Hai sells this 1% of Google shares now, he can get at least $6 billion. To Moses Adams and the Americans, using 4.8 billion in cash to exchange for 6 billion in shares was a good deal, especially for a big company like Google. Moreover, this was not considered a waste of money. For example, Google's annual revenue is about $70 billion. Jiang Hai can earn $700 million a year from dividends. He can earn back $4.8 billion in about 7 years, and the rest is pure profit. Of course, if you include taxes, it will take more than 10 years to earn it back. The premise is that Google only earns $70 billion a year. If Google goes bankrupt tomorrow, Jiang Hai's money will go to waste. But judging from Google's current development, they will not let Jiang Hai's money go to waste. Another important point is that Jiang Hai is now a shareholder of Google's board of directors. In the past, Jiang Hai is at most a scattered shareholder. He does not have voting rights or speaking rights. The only thing he has is the right to get dividends. Now, with 1% of the shares, Jiang Hai can enter Google's board of directors. The composition of Google's shares is very complicated. Microsoft and Apple are even more complicated. Larry Page's shares are mostly non-voting shares. They are the people who make money. Among the top 10 shareholders of Google, Larry Page holds 5.94% of the shares, and Sergey Brin holds 5.77% of the shares. They own less than 12% of the shares, and Vanguard owns 5.31% of the shares. These three shareholders have 65% of the voting rights. They set up this new company to get back their voting rights, especially after they were kicked out of the company. The higher-ups will pay more attention to these things. After all, no one wants to be called in and left at the whim of others. Jiang Hai's 1% shares have voting rights. After all, it is cash. Although the voting rights are only about 3%, it is a symbol of status. Jiang Hai is currently the 11th largest shareholder of Google. This is not a joke. With this status, Jiang Hai can be considered one of the higher-ups in America. No matter how rich he was in the past, he was just a cattle farmer. But now, he is a high-ranking member of society. Sometimes, virtual assets such as reputation were not inferior to those of real businesses. Jiang Hai also understood this truth, but all the cash had been spent, leaving only this stack of paper. Jiang Hai's heart was still somewhat uncomfortable. This may be the thinking of a small farmer. The money in his hands was his own money. If he invested it, it would be someone else's money. Thinking of this, Jiang Hai couldn't help but sigh. Well, you've spent all your money. You can't just let it go when you don't see any profit. Hearing Jiang Hai's sigh, Azalina put her pretty face on Jiang Hai's shoulder, and then said to Jiang Hai with a smile. Yes, it's useless to think about it now. There will be a way when the car reaches the mountain. There will be a way when the boat reaches the bridge. It doesn't make sense to think about it now. Anyway, the money has been spent, but my heart hurts. Jiang Hai said helplessly while holding Azalina's hand. Hee, where does it hurt? I'll rub it for you. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Azalina's hand also touched Jiang Hai's chest, but then in her exclamation, Jiang Hai directly pulled her in front of him. Compared to rubbing my heart, I prefer you to rub other places. Looking at Azalina in front of him, who was only wearing a nightgown, Jiang Hai's hand shook, and the belt that was originally tied around her waist loosened. Under the moonlight, a perfect body appeared in front of Jiang Hai. Looking at the scene in front of him that was like a holy goddess, Jiang Hai said with a smile. I'm still on a mission now, let's not do it. Hearing Jiang Hai's face, Azalina didn't care about Jiang Hai's gaze. She just glanced at the second floor, and then whispered. Usually, when she said this, Jiang Hai would listen to her opinion, but today Jiang Hai shook his head. One hand stroked her waist, and the other hand had quietly climbed up some indescribable peak. What place will there be for you after we go back? I don't know why, but there are more and more women in the family recently, but you are still not one. Looking at Azalina in front of him, Jiang Hai also moved his face closer, sniffing the delicate fragrance on her neck, and said slowly. Hearing Jiang Hai's words and feeling his movements, Azalina also smiled helplessly. If you want it, then I'll give it to you. Haven't I always been yours? Holding Jiang Hai's hair, Azalina said softly. Hearing Azalina's words, Jiang Hai also smiled. He turned over and pressed her down on the sofa under him, using a bath towel as a cushion. When their eyes met, Jiang Hai also kissed her heavily. Then, they undressed in other positions, which are inconvenient to describe in detail. But unknowingly, it was dawn. When Chi Jia and Alessera got up and saw the two people sleeping on the sofa on the first floor, they couldn't help but smile. They had long known that this day would come for Azalina and Jiang Hai. After that, Jiang Hai and the others stayed in Los Angeles for a while. They had to admit that it was nice to be able to enjoy the scenery of the South in winter. Although to be honest, there wasn't much fun in Los Angeles, it was nice to enjoy the warm sunshine and climate. Jiang Hai also often went to watch basketball games these days. California was a prosperous place for basketball teams. It was not a big state, but there were actually 4 basketball teams here, the Kings in the capital, Sacramento, the Warriors in San Francisco, and the Lakers and Warriors in Los Angeles. It could be said that there were also quite a lot of basketball fans in California. It might be second only to Cleveland, which had nothing but the NBA. That was where the real fans of basketball were. Jiang Hai and the others also enjoyed the beach and the scenery here these days. Jiang Hai even wondered why he didn't choose California when he was choosing his territory. Why did he go to the cold Boston? Jiang Hai really didn't know about this. Maybe it was because the land price in California was more expensive than the land price in Boston. However, Jiang Hai was now considered a rich man. Although he spent most of his money, at least the money for living was not a problem. If he wanted to come over in the future, he could come over again. At worst, he could just rent a house. However, not long after this idea came up, Chi Jia gave Jiang Hai a surprise. Just 2 days before Jiang Hai and the others were about to leave, Chi Jia mysteriously left one day. When she came back, she was holding a contract. On the contract, it was written that she had bought the villa. Well, in the future, when Jiang Hai and the others were bored, they could come over for vacation. In any case, the money to buy a villa was nothing to this little rich woman. After hiring a renovation company to renovate and remodel the villa, Jiang Hai and the others rushed to book a commercial jet in mid-December and flew directly to Boston. They were preparing to go back for Christmas. Of course, in fact, there weren't many people who celebrated Christmas in Jiang Hai's house. Azelina and the other bodyguards were all from Ulan, and Ulan had inherited Soviet traditions. Christmas was on January 7th every year, not December 25th. Jianghai, Qijia, and Chia also didn't celebrate Christmas. The only people who celebrated Christmas were his employees, Aphrodite, and the others. Of course, Jianghai and the others going back to celebrate Christmas wasn't the main thing. The most important thing was to do the year-end summary. Whether it was a domestic unit or a foreign unit, the year-end summary and year-end bonuses were naturally indispensable. Jianghai and the others also received their bonuses on Christmas Eve. This year was naturally the same. Fortunately, Jianghai still had a lot of money left, so he didn't have to worry about not having enough to give bonuses to his employees. On December 14th, Jianghai and the others took a plane from the warm California to the cold Boston. When they got off the plane, they felt the bone-chilling wind, but this was the environment they were familiar with. Walking out of the airport, Jianghai and the others saw Robbins Garcia and Edward Anderson waiting outside in their cars for a long time. When they saw Jianghai and the others walk out of the waiting hall, they enthusiastically greeted them. Chapter 904. Hiss. I say, what are you doing? Jianghai opened his eyes in a daze. He felt that there was an indescribable feeling coming from some indescribable places. He lowered his head in confusion and looked at the two people who were moving up and down in certain places. Seeing that Jianghai got up, the original main force over there couldn't help but raise her head, gently stroke her hair, and chuckle at Jianghai. You haven't been back for many days, why don't you let me use you more? Looking at Jianghai, Feng Yunchen said with a smile. Hearing her words, Ai Xiaoxi, who was originally in charge of eggs on the other side, couldn't help but change her position and replace her. But didn't you go to bed after midnight last night? What time is it now? Oh my god, it's only 7 o'clock. Don't you guys have beauty sleep? Hearing Feng Yunchen's words, Jianghai patted his forehead helplessly, then looked at her and said. We have been sleeping at home for the past few days. Now that you are finally back, otherwise we wouldn't have anything to play with. Patting Jianghai's stomach, Feng Yunchen said with a smile. Oh my god, you guys are really... Listening to her words, Jianghai rubbed his temples and said helplessly. At the same time, he felt his hand and found that there should be another person next to him, but she disappeared. Where is Lilia? After touching nothing, Jianghai asked Feng Yunchen and Ai Xiaoxi in front of him. Lilia went downstairs to cook. And, is it done? Hearing Jianghai's words, Feng Yunchen couldn't help but ask Ai Xiaoxi behind her. At the same time, her body also straddled Jianghai's body. Some parts that couldn't be described were also aimed at Jianghai's parts that couldn't be described. And, okay, hurry up, I want it too. Seeing that Feng Yunchen was ready, Ai Xiaoxi also smiled and held something. As Feng Yunchen sat down, the war in the room began again. An hour later, Jianghai slowly walked out of the room in his pajamas. He shook his head and said helplessly, Phew, luckily I'm not an ordinary person. Otherwise, I would have been squeezed dry. People are so strange. When there are no women, they want women. But sometimes, having too many women is a troublesome thing. Just like Jianghai, after he came back last night, he naturally did not relax. As the mistress of the house, Qijia had been with Jianghai for the past few days, so she naturally wouldn't miss out on food. However, Qijia, Ai Xiaoxi, and Feng Yunchen all missed Jianghai very much, so Aphrodite and the others politely declined. After Jianghai came back yesterday, he had dinner at around 5 o'clock. Then, he stayed in his room and didn't come out until 1 o'clock in the middle of the night. In the end, after only 6 hours of sleep, the battle started again. Fortunately, Jiang Hai's physical fitness was there for all to see. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. Yo, you woke up. I thought you would have to lie down for the whole day. Looks like they went easy on you. Seeing that Jiang Hai got up, Qi Jia also walked out of her room in her pajamas. She also just woke up. When she saw Jiang Hai's appearance, she couldn't help but walk over with a smile. She gently stroked Jiang Hai's vital part and said to Jiang Hai with a grin, "You don't know how strong my physical fitness is. Also, Robbins Garcia is coming over in a bit. Go back and put on your clothes." Jiang Hai glared at Qi Jia, then patted her butt and said to her, "It couldn't be helped." The pajamas that Qi Jia was wearing right now were actually better off not wearing them. Because they were really, translucent. He didn't know when and who started this trend, but the girls in Jiang Hai's room were wearing less and less clothes. It was mentioned before, but it was more or less covered up. Occasionally, they would be exposed, but it was just occasionally. But now, they were really not much different from not wearing anything. For example, the pajamas that Qi Jia was wearing now was a completely transparent silk robe, and she wasn't wearing anything inside. Those indescribable places were clearly visible under Jiang Hai's gaze. Most importantly, Qi Jia wasn't the only one dressed like this. Even Qia, who used to be the most conservative, was now dressed similarly. For example, Aphrodite and the others also wore this kind of material at home, but even so, they had to make it half sleeves or expose their navel. Wallace Shelley was even more outrageous. She directly wore her upper body naked at home, and then a pair of transparent high-waisted pants for her lower body. Some places were clearly visible, and her majestic upper body was even more unbearable. "Oh, I know. By the way, why did he come here?" Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Qi Jia curled her lips. Humans were creatures of habit. In the past, when she slept, she would wear very tight clothes because when she lived outside, she was afraid that there would be an accident or someone would suddenly look for her. But after coming to Jiang Hai's place, she might have been infected by Aphrodite and the others. Maybe she wanted to compete for favor, or maybe she just wanted to relax and be close to nature, so she was wearing less and less clothes. Usually, when they slept, these girls in Jiang Hai's room all slept in the first level. According to them, sleeping like this was comfortable, and Jiang Hai didn't care. They could sleep however they wanted, but it wasn't good to sleep like this when they woke up. Isn't it almost Christmas? We also have to prepare. After replying to Qi Jia, Jiang Hai also slowly walked downstairs. At this time, in the living room on the first floor, basically everyone was already awake. Every one of them was wearing very enchanting pajamas. They were either helping in the kitchen, watching TV, playing on the computer, or lying there watching fish. And the person watching fish was Tarok. At this time, she was pouting, staring at a big golden dragon in the fish tank. Who knows what she was thinking? Maybe she also liked to go back to nature. As the old saying goes, it's not easy to learn, but it's easy to learn bad things. Right now, she was also wearing pajamas like that. Well, actually, it wasn't really pajamas. Jiang Hai walked down and just happened to see a certain part of her body facing him. Looking at her, Jiang Hai couldn't help but walk over and smack her butt. "Go back and put on your underwear." Looking at Taraga, who turned her head and wrinkled her nose because of the pain, Jiang Hai also snorted at her, and then said to her. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, she didn't care. She skipped away and didn't go back to put on her underwear. Looking at the chattering in the living room, Jiang Hai couldn't help but sigh helplessly. His words seemed to be more and more useless at home. Among all the girls, the only ones who were still wearing normal clothes were his two nominal daughters, Evelyn and Marion. but their so-called normal was only in a sense. At this moment, the two of them were wearing a nightgown that wasn't transparent. However, that was all. There was nothing inside because the corners of the nightgown were squeezed out or from certain angles. Cough, Robbins Garcia and the others are coming in a while. Go back and put on your clothes. Looking at the completely out-of-control scene in front of him, Jiang Hai couldn't help but cough lightly and say to them. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the girls went upstairs reluctantly. They liked to show off, and they were willing to do so. Of course, they only liked to show it to Jiang Hai. As for others, they didn't even think about it. Seeing them go upstairs, Jiang Hai also went to the kitchen. At this time, in the kitchen, he had basically confirmed the people who would help here. Chia was naturally the head chef. In addition to her, there were also Aphrodite and Janice in charge of assisting. At the same time, there was also Jelena Waskia. Although this girl was usually cold, she was very interested in cooking. Seeing Jiang Hai come in, the girls glanced at him and then no longer cared about him. They were busy with their own work. You're up. I thought you would sleep for a while. Breakfast is almost ready. Seeing Jiang Hai walk over, Chia also smiled at Jiang Hai and said. Hearing Chia's words, Jiang Hai also smiled and walked behind her. From behind, he put his arms around her and put his chin on her shoulder. Looking at her making oatmeal, he gently sniffed the smell of her hair. To be honest, among these girls, Jiang Hai liked Chia and Ai Xiaoxi the most. Okay, don't worry. After you finish cooking, go upstairs and change your clothes. Robbins Garcia and the others will be here soon. After sniffing her hair, Jiang Hai said to Chia with a smile. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Chia also blinked to show that she understood and sped up her speed. Not long after, breakfast was ready. After Chia and the others also changed their clothes, Jiang Hai and the others gathered around to eat. Of course, Little Yellow, Xiaobai, Dai Teeth, and Chirp had their own food. At about 9 o'clock, Jiang Hai and the others finished their breakfast. Not long after, Robbins Garcia came to Jiang Hai's villa with a cold wind. Seeing him, Jiang Hai directly let him in. Boss, it's still warm inside. As soon as he walked in and saw Jiang Hai, Robbins Garcia said with a grin. Recently, his life has really been getting better and better. Sometimes, he thought that when Jiang Hai first came, he was a complete layman. At first, he was afraid that Jiang Hai would change this place into a holiday village or something like that. He even chatted with Jiang Hai and treated Jiang Hai to steak, hoping that Jiang Hai could raise his own cattle. Unknowingly, 3 years had passed just like that. Compared to 3 years ago, it was not an exaggeration to say that he was like heaven and earth. Whether it was money, people, or mentality, the current him was completely different from 3 years ago. Chapter 905. Greeting cards, colored lights, decorations, candy, dried fruit, toys. Phew, it wasn't so troublesome for Christmas a few years ago. Jiang Hai sat in the co-pilot seat of Robbins Garcia's F-750 and said with a frown. To be honest, he really didn't expect to buy so many things. He remembered that Christmas was just a Merry Christmas and a Christmas tree. Haha, that was a few years ago, there were only a few of us. By the way, boss, have you prepared the gifts for the ladies? Robbins Garcia couldn't help but laugh when he heard Jiang Hai's words. Ah, it's ready. I spent a lot of effort just to prepare these things. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai curled his lips and said with a serious face. Money, although he didn't have much money now, he still had the money to buy gifts. Moreover, these girls around him didn't want expensive bags, expensive watches and the like. They didn't lack these things themselves. They wanted more of the thought, and the thought was, to be honest, very troublesome. I really missed 2 years ago, when it was just a few of us men going to the forest to cut a piece of wood and bring it back as a Christmas tree, then we hunted a wild turkey for Christmas. Unlike now, we have to prepare so many things. Ah, my head hurts. Rubbing his temples, Jiang Hai said helplessly. He was used to being lazy. Although his brain was very good, it wasn't a big deal if he didn't use it. It was like a top-notch computer that had been left there to collect dust for 3 years. He didn't even know if it could be turned on again. He didn't know about other things, but the brain was better the more he used it. This is troublesome. Boss, it will be more troublesome when you have children. At this time, Philemon Turner, who was sitting in the back, also said with a smile. At present, there were many families in the manor, such as Philemon, the fisherman, Tommy Charles, Eleanor Cece, and Andrew Christian all had families. Having a family meant that they would spend Christmas together, so they needed to decorate their own home. Therefore, when Robbins Garcia and Philemon Turner came over, they brought with them requests from several families. Of course, there were also some people who were preparing to go home, such as the new cowboys and fishermen. The cowboys had been doing well recently. Because it was winter, there was snow everywhere, so what they had to do every day was to let the cows out for a short while, mainly to disperse the smell of the cowshed. After that, they would drive the cows back and continue to feed the grass. The fishermen, on the other hand, were catching large amounts of fish in preparation for their 11-day holiday. Jiang Hai's holiday would begin on December 25th, which was the exact date of Christmas, and would last until January 4th. However, just like last year and the year before, it was estimated that most of the people would not be able to rest for that long. The only ones who would be able to rest for a long time were Dulles Gerard and Connor Murphy, both of whom were extremely happy after making some achievements this year. This new year, they could also have a good new year. They wouldn't be as worried as they had been in the past. The rest of Robbins Garcia's family would stay in the manor. Philemon Turner's family would stay in the manor. Harris Fells had no family, so he would naturally stay in the manor. Bell Luster's home was in the town, so it wouldn't hinder him from running between the two places. Although Burke Dollar usually did not speak, he only had one daughter, Penelope Dollar. She might come to visit him this year, but he would also stay in the manor. The newly recruited cowboys, Gladstone Nelson, Blake Hill, and Edie Lewis, were determined to go home, but their homes were in the small town. After they went home, they could come back to visit during the day if they had nothing to do, so it did not matter. As for the fishermen, Edward Anderson's family was only Philemon Turner's family. They spent every year together, so naturally, they would not leave. Tommy Charles went back to his home last year, but it seemed that it was not very pleasant. In addition, his home was in the small town, so he would not leave this year. Eleanor Cece would not leave either. Andrew Christian was a Latin American, and his home was not here. If he really went home, it was unknown if he would come back, so he would definitely not leave. Marlon Rupert would also stay in the manor. It was said that this guy did not have any family members. The other rookies, Bill Zephaniah, Bennett Rodney, Bauer Rahman, and Carlisle Cotton, would all go home. As Jiang Hai's nominal bodyguard, Knerson Peters had no place to go, so naturally, he would also stay here and spend Christmas with his good brother, Harriman Fells. Therefore, in Jiang Hai's manor, many people would stay here for Christmas and New Year. Soon, Robbins Garcia drove the car and stopped in front of a shop. Jiang Hai looked up. It was not a shop in the town center that he was familiar with, but a shop in the outskirts of the town called Annie's Candy and Toy Shop. Seeing this shop, Jiang Hai frowned. He had never been to this shop before. Well, are you here to buy candy? Looking at the shop in front of him, Jiang Hai asked with some doubts. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Robbins Garcia's face turned a little red, but Jiang Hai did not notice it. Hee, Robbins didn't come to this shop just to buy candy. Looking at Robbins Garcia's embarrassed look, Philemon Turner couldn't help saying with a smile. However, the moment he finished his words, Robbins Garcia glared at him. Cough, the shop in the town center is too expensive. The things in this shop are cheaper than the ones in town. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai's expression became even more strange. Expensive. Jiang Hai gave Robbins Garcia a weekly salary of $2,500 a week, which was $130,000 a year. In addition to the share that Jiang Hai promised, it was 2,000. This year, Jiang Hai sold a total of 16,000 cows, with an average selling price of $160,000 a head, a total of $2.56 billion. They could get 2,000, a total of $5.12 million. Because the newcomers had only been here for 3 months, they did not participate in the dividend this time. It was just a formality. Jiang Hai would take $50,000 each, and Robbins Garcia, Burke Stroessler, Philemon Turner, Harriman Fells, and Bell Lester would split $5.12 million, a bonus of more than $1 million each. Now, he told Jiang Hai to buy candy cheap. Perhaps he also saw the meaning in Jiang Hai's eyes, so Robbins Garcia pretended not to see and got out of the car. Then, Jiang Hai and Philemon Turner also got out of the car, and the three of them walked into the shop in front of them one by one. As soon as they walked in, Jiang Hai felt like he had entered a kindergarten. This shop called Annie's Candy and Toy Shop was not small, about 200 square meters in size. Other than some cabinets for candy and toys, there was a large circle around it, which was actually a children's playground. Jiang Hai had seen Yao Yao many times in China before, and there were also ocean balls and slides that Jiang Hai had played when he was young. There was everything here. Many children played here, ranging from 5 to 6 years old to 2 or 3 years old. There were even many Huaxia children playing here, and many of their parents were accompanying them. Of course, almost everyone had something in their hands, whether it was food or toys. These things were actually very suitable for parents. It was not good for children to eat snacks, but which child did not eat snacks? Since they must eat, then they must eat something good. At least the snacks sold here were safe to eat. As for the toys, if the high-quality imitations in China were not counted, then the toys here were much cheaper than those in China. For example, a Meng Chi Chi. This thing could be bought online for at least 200 yuan. But it was basically sold for about $20 here, which was quite suitable. Welcome, oh, it's you, Uncle. Mom, Uncle Robbins is here. Just as Jiang Hai was looking at the layout of the place, a girl in a cartoon costume came out to greet him. But halfway through her sentence, when she saw that it was Robbins Garcia, she showed an expression of, "It's you again," then shouted to the back. Hearing the girl's voice, it didn't take long for a woman of about 40 years old to walk out from behind. She looked very similar to the girl outside, but she was a Caucasian. Over 30 years old, she looked a little old. Her wrinkles were a bit heavy, but it was undeniable that this woman was still full of charm. When she saw Robbins Garcia coming over, a smile appeared on her face. Looking at the woman's smile and Robbins Garcia's slightly embarrassed look, Jiang Hai didn't need to say anything to know what the hell was going on. He looked at Philemon Turner and nodded with a smile. "Hey, Annie, this is Philemon, you've met him. This is my boss, Jiang Hai." Seeing the woman looking at him, Robbins Garcia seemed to not even know where to put his hands and said in a panic, "Hello, gentlemen, do you need anything? Since you're Robin's friend, I'll give you a 15% discount." Hearing Robbins Garcia's introduction, Annie also said with a smile, then looked at Jiang Hai and the others seriously. Oh wow, it looks like it can be cheaper, but you have to mention Robin's name. Ah, okay, let's stop joking. We want to buy some things for Christmas. Jiang Hai glanced at Robbins Garcia and said to the woman opposite him with a smile. Then he explained his purpose for coming here. It seems that Robbins Garcia also has a spring. Chapter 906. Well, Robbins, you have a good eye. After buying a lot of things, Jiang Hai sat in the car and looked at Robbins Garcia beside him. He couldn't help but smile. Robbins Garcia's face turned red when he heard Jiang Hai's words. Cough, B-boss, it's not what you think. Robbins Garcia stammered. His eyes were obviously filled with panic and avoidance. Looking at him, Jiang Hai also smiled. Since you've taken a fancy to her, then be bold and go after her. Your current income is much higher than any white-collar or gold-collar worker. Your annual income is more than $1 million, and it will only be higher next year. What do you have to worry about? Looking at Robbins Garcia in front of him, Jiang Hai patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Robbins Garcia seemed to have gained confidence. He grinned and didn't refute this time. It seems that courage and money are directly proportional to a person's courage. As the saying went, with food in the pocket, there was no need to panic. Now was not the time to store food, but having cash in the pocket was the most important thing. The three of them smiled as they returned home. Then, they each took their own things and made an appointment. After lunch, they would go to the forest to cut down trees. As for the turkey, they would kill it the day before or the day of Christmas. Perhaps because there were no natural enemies, the largest carnivore in the entire forest was the mountain lion. The mountain lion was also called the American golden cat. Although Jiang Hai's mountain lion was now much bigger than before, at least twice as big, it was still a mountain lion and not some extinct North American lion. Although the mountain lion was called a lion, its temperament was different. Instead, it was more like a tiger. This kind of animal did not live in groups and was basically in the wild. In a year, there were only 2 weeks of estrus when they would pair up. For the rest of the time, they would go their separate ways. As for this North American lion-like lion, after giving birth to a cub, for some reason, it did not leave this place last year or was pregnant. Instead, after the cub grew up, it was chased out of its territory and stayed in the forest. It was the only one there, eating big meals every day. How much could it eat? Although the wild turkey was not as big as the domesticated turkey, it was still at least 15 kilograms. Moreover, it only laid eggs once a month. Each time, it laid 8 to 15 eggs and incubated for 28 days. After the chicks were born, it could continue to lay eggs. The most important thing was that turkeys were very powerful. They could reproduce asexually. After the hen laid eggs, the rooster wouldn't pick the eggs. The rooster could also hatch the chicks. However, the chicks that were born were all female. Even so, this was still very powerful. This made Jiang Hai feel like he was in a country of women. In Jiang Hai's forest, there were about 200 wild turkeys. After all, this forest was not small. Now, according to Robbins Garcia's estimate, there were more than 500 turkeys in this forest. This was because there were only 3 animals in the forest that could threaten the adult turkeys: the mountain lion, the python, and the crocodile. The crocodile and the python were cold-blooded animals. It was good enough to eat one a week. Moreover, they were in a state of hibernation for half a year. Even if the mountain lion ate one a day, it would only eat 365 turkeys a year. Not to mention, it couldn't eat one a day. How could it finish a turkey that weighed 15 kilograms in a day? According to the calculations, there were 100 pairs of turkeys here and 10 eggs laid. In a month, 1,000 turkeys would be hatched. That would be 12,000 turkeys a year. It really couldn't be finished. Fortunately, although there was no threat to the adult turkeys, there were still many animals that ate eggs and chicks. Therefore, there was no need to worry about catching turkeys. They could catch them on the same day. After entering the forest, they could catch them in less than half an hour. Carrying a few big bags, Jiang Hai returned home. Qi Jia and the others had been waiting here for a long time. Seeing Jiang Hai bring the things back, they happily studied them together. They sorted these things and put them away, waiting for Jiang Hai's Christmas tree. After lunch, at about 2:00 in the afternoon, Jiang Hai, Robbins Garcia, and Philemon Turner got together again. Driving the F-750 and pulling a flatbed behind, Jiang Hai and the others walked towards the forest. After all, the Christmas tree was just a symbol. You couldn't really cut down a particularly big tree, so basically, the trees that everyone cut down were about the same, about 2 meters tall. After all, the frame of the house was placed there, so it couldn't be used as a ceiling, right? After looking around, Jiang Hai still had a lot of trees that were more than 2 meters tall. These trees were planted more than 10 years ago. No one had taken care of them, but they still maintained the best ecological condition. Pine trees could grow between 80 to 130 centimeters a year. After the pine seeds fell in winter, they would be taken away and eaten by birds, squirrels, and the like. Some that were left behind would grow into new pine trees. In the 3 years that Jiang Hai had been here, although he didn't deliberately add spiritual energy to the forest, some of it would slowly permeate through the soil. Basically, the annual pine trees here could grow to about 150 centimeters. If this was discovered by scientists, it would be a big deal. Unfortunately, this manor was full of uncouth people, and no one would care. It was like an ordinary family raising a dog. Other people's dogs could grow to 30 centimeters in a year, but your family's dog grew to 35 centimeters. Who would care? It wasn't ready to be sold, and it couldn't be sold when it grew up. Therefore, the pine trees that Jiang Hai and the others chose were those that were born 2 years ago. In this forest, there were at least 800 if not 1,000 pine trees that grew in these 2 years. It was easy to choose. Not far away, Jiang Hai and the others picked a few pine trees. Because there were many people here for Christmas this year, everyone had one. Jiang Hai was not stingy with these things. It was very fast to cut down the pine trees with a chainsaw. After Jiang Hai and the others cut down these trees, they directly put them on the flatbed cart. After tying them up, they pulled them back to their respective homes. A Christmas tree could not be brought home to be used after the tree was cut down. There were still many steps to be taken. First, they had to get rid of the insects. Then, they had to install a base and remove the excess branches and leaves, leaving only the trunk and branches that looked like umbrellas. This needed to be done slowly. Jiang Hai had been doing it for 2 years, and this was his 3rd year. Although he wasn't a veteran, the steps were still fresh in his memory. After he came back, he started to do it with everyone. There was still some time before Christmas Eve, so it didn't matter. There was no hurry. Jiang Hai and the others could do it slowly. So shortly after dinner, Jiang Hai went back to rest. He still hadn't paid off his debt. Today, it was Aphrodite, Dana, Hilda, and Paige. Tomorrow, it was Sheila, Asheria, Bridget, and Janice. Then the day after tomorrow, he would return to his original state. At least Jiang Hai wouldn't feel lonely and cold in the middle of the night, right? After 2 days of rest, Jiang Hai went to Boston. As Moses Adams would be back later than them, he was also expanding his business in Los Angeles. After he came back, Jiang Hai took Leslie Carter, Wallace Shelley, Beliak, Valentina, Galena, Elisera, Azalina, and Dunan's letter of entrustment to his Tinglone company. Each of them transferred 5% of the shares, which was what Jiang Hai had promised them. But then they gave up the voting rights of these shares. They only participated in the dividends, so this company was still Jiang Hai's. Then Jiang Hai asked Jing Jin to help prepare the supplies. Jiang Hai had already told Taraga about the treasure. Taraga also called the old patriarch who was still in the stockade because he was afraid that the satellite phone would be monitored. So she just said that Jiang Hai had recently made some money, so he wanted to buy things for the village. He just needed to tell her what the village needed. After the old patriarch heard this, he was very pleased. It seemed that he had made the right choice. Then he explained to Taraga what the village needed now. After Jiang Hai took the list, he also understood that the things on it should be what the village needed. For example, a variety of clothes, a large number of clothes, not only for summer, but also for winter. There was also coal, seasonings, especially salt, medicine, wound medicine, cold medicine, and so on. They also needed some pots, spatulas, and so on. Living deep in the mountains was not as easy as one imagined. Although it was just some miscellaneous things, Jiang Hai could see the difficulties of the tribe's survival, so he directly agreed to the old patriarch's request without hesitation. There was no problem with these things. But it was already winter, after all. If they wanted to send it over, they could not send too many directly by helicopter. But if they walked in the forest, the mountain was blocked by the heavy snow, so Jiang Hai prepared $2 million of supplies and sent them over first. The rest would wait until spring came. The old patriarch was very happy about this. Today, Jiang Hai came over to discuss the situation of the supplies with Jing Jin. For an ordinary person, suddenly spending $2 million to buy oil, salt, clothes, and so on would more or less attract some attention. But when the Tinglone company came forward to buy it, there was no problem in this regard. Before the festival, Jiang Hai, Belle, Marlon Rupert, and Taraga, who wanted to go home to take a look, sat together in Jiang Hai's helicopter to deliver the first batch of goods. After arriving at the tribe, the people in the tribe were very excited about the things that Jiang Hai sent over. Looking at Taraga's outsider appearance, the girls were also very envious, but there was nothing they could do. When the patriarch taught them English, only Taraga learned it. So now they could only watch. Chapter 907. In this world, the most inadvertent thing that passed by was time. Jiang Hai was not reminiscing about anything, but he really felt that time passed by very quickly. When a person really enjoyed his current life, time was not a slow thing for him. Jiang Hai was now enjoying this kind of life. When he had nothing to do, he was really bored to death. But when he was idle, he would be lazy. He would play games, go to the manor to look at the horses, play with the dogs, watch TV, and the day would pass. At night, he would not be bored, lonely, or cold. This was because the girls would find ways to play with Jiang Hai. Living in such a world, Jiang Hai could be described as drunk and dreamy. It was not an exaggeration at all, and he really enjoyed this kind of life. People's life was nothing more than eating, drinking, and having fun. Some people might say that Jiang Hai did not have any pursuits, but if you pursued it for a long time, all you got in the end was time to eat, drink, and have fun, right? Jiang Hai could be said to be eating the best in the world. His beef, his fish, and shrimp, everyone knew how much it cost. He also drank his favorite wine, which could win the gold medal internationally. He liked to drink fruit juices and drinks. What was there to be dissatisfied with? What he played was what he liked the most. Games, cars, horses, dogs, eagles. He could play with anything he wanted. Even if he played with women, he had 10 or 20 of them for him to play with. He wouldn't trade them even if he was given an emperor. Finally, it was fun. He had the first 3 things. If he was not good enough, then he was asking for a beating. Jiang Hai was not the type to ask for a beating, so he was very happy and satisfied. It was really cool to feel like the world was the same. Under such days, the cold winter in the north did not seem so unbearable. Of course, this was only limited to Jiang Hai. The others still had to work, right? Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was December 24th, the eve of Christmas, also known as Christmas Eve. Jiang Hai had already explained the reason when he first came to Winthrop, so there was no need for him to explain it here. Today was also the first day of the holiday. It was just like the Spring Festival in China. However, in the United States, the highways and the country had always been free. Moreover, Americans were not willing to take the train. They all took the plane. Their plane tickets were also cheap. Early this morning, almost everyone in the manor was on the move to prepare for tonight's Christmas Eve celebration. The families who were going to spend Christmas here were all preparing for tomorrow's Christmas. And those who were preparing to go back tomorrow were also preparing Christmas gifts. After all, they couldn't go back empty-handed. The most important thing was that Americans couldn't give money. If they gave money directly, it would be like slapping someone in the face. They had to give a gift. No matter how much the gift was worth, it was still a token of their sincerity. In China, people had always said that Americans were capitalist and cold-blooded. However, from this point alone, Americans were much more particular in this aspect compared to China. Jiang Hai and the others also began to get busy early in the morning. Because tonight's celebration was held in Jiang Hai's house. There was no reason for it, because it was like this every year. Of course, those people were also very particular. They wouldn't make too much of a mess in Jiang Hai's house. However, as the boss, Jiang Hai naturally had to prepare food and other things. Naturally, Christmas was indispensable. 2 wild turkeys were hunted by Jiang Hai yesterday. This morning, Chia was busy putting honey on them and roasting them. A good turkey wasn't easy to roast. In addition to the turkey, other things were naturally not lacking. Milk mashed potatoes, Christmas protein biscuits, Christmas pudding, these were indispensable. Jiang Hai's house naturally didn't lack the main dish. The best part of the cattle that was slaughtered yesterday was used to make tonight's dinner. After going out to sea last night, the seafood was delivered early this morning. The delicacies in Jiang Hai's house could be described as crazy today. Because it was really crazy. There were Chinese, Western, and French dishes. The food in Jiang Hai's house was really only imaginable. There was nothing that couldn't be done. There were 5 beef dishes: red wine stewed beef produced in the manor, pan-fried steak, Chinese Xiran beef, roasted beef rolls with enoki mushrooms, and fried beef minced with seafood soup. The taste was quite good. There were even more seafood dishes, such as pan-fried salmon, grilled salmon, stewed haddock, steamed bay scallops with vermicelli and garlic paste on top. This dish was quite popular in the country. Lobsters were roasted and boiled, steamed dragon dumplings, boiled spotted shrimp, braised prawns made from spotted shrimp, steamed king crab, and pork dishes made from the fragrant pig in Jiang Hai's manor. The most indispensable dish was Jiang Hai's favorite, double-fried pork. 9 catties of yellow chicken were also slaughtered, chicken wings left over from the past, cola chicken wings, kung pao chicken, chicken drumsticks, and other things were directly fried and eaten. Americans like to eat this dish the most. There were also a lot of vegetables in Jiang Hai's greenhouse. There were cold dishes, salads, and a plate of cucumbers. The only food that wasn't used was probably the German donkey. This was also because Americans didn't eat horses and donkeys. The donkey was killed in Shanghai and the others would eat it tomorrow. But even if there was no donkey meat, Shanghai's dinner was sumptuous enough. At noon, the two sons of the Philip family also came back, Louis Turner and John Turner. The two of them were travel-worn. After they came back, they naturally came over to say hello to Shanghai. Shanghai also asked them to come together in the evening, and then they went home to rest. Philip's eldest son, Louis Turner, was still working as a basketball assistant in a high school. This was a very stable job. For a black man to have a stable job, and he didn't have a high degree of education, this was not easy, so Philip Turner was very pleased. On the contrary, his youngest son was going to graduate this year, but he still didn't know what he would do after graduation. According to him, he wanted to go to Los Angeles or New York to make a living in the big cities. Although the Philemon family supported him, they were inevitably worried. Compared to going out to make a living, they preferred to have a stable job. In fact, the same was true of the Chinese. Then, in the afternoon, came Penelope Dollar, who had come once the previous year, but had left on the afternoon of Christmas Day, because, after all, she had to spend it with her mother, but this year she had heard the taciturn Burke Dollar say something. This year, his daughter was going to leave on the 31st. She was only going back to celebrate the new year. She was going to stay in the manor for nearly a week. This made him very happy, because it seemed that he had not spent so much time with his daughter since she was 5 or 6 years old. There was no other way. He and his wife had the opposite idea. He would rather suffer hardships than go to the big city and look for the colorful world. His wife, on the other hand, yearned for those big cities and did not like to live too comfortably in the countryside. She was a woman who pursued modernity and vanity, which Burke Dollar couldn't give her. But when Penelope came, she didn't come to Shanghai. Thinking about it, she didn't have a good impression of Shanghai. In this way, under the busy atmosphere, the sun gradually set. At about 5:00 in the evening, all of Shanghai's men came to Shanghai's villa with their families. Because there were too many people, it was impossible to just sit there and eat. So every year, Shanghai made it look like a buffet. They could eat whatever they wanted. The delicious food was piled up like a small mountain. Anyway, they were on the same side, so there was no need to be polite. If these cowboys and fishermen made it look like a high-end restaurant, they might not be able to eat. When everyone arrived, the banquet began under Shanghai's command. Following that, the atmosphere of the entire banquet almost instantly reached a climax. Everyone took their favorite food and stuffed it into their mouths. Although they didn't speak much, it was obvious that everyone was very satisfied and happy. Thinking of the activities after the meal, their hearts were surging. One must know that now was the time to reap the rewards. Shanghai, the host, naturally greeted everyone while stuffing food into his mouth. He wouldn't mistreat his stomach. For a moment, it was not bad to describe the situation in front of him with words like eating and drinking well. About an hour later, when everyone was almost done eating, Shanghai walked to the middle of the hall. Gently clapping his hands, the eyes of everyone who had been paying attention to Shanghai gathered on Shanghai. Seeing everyone looking over, Shanghai clapped his hands with a smile and shouted loudly, "After this year, another year has passed. I am very grateful for everyone's contribution to my manor. Of course, there will be a reward for your efforts. This is the truth of God. Just like the seeds planted in spring, they will be reaped in autumn. Now, let's see how you reap the rewards." Hearing Shanghai's words, everyone cheered at once. Just like Shanghai said, it was time for them to discuss the harvest. Then Jiang Hai took out a piece of paper in front of everyone and waved it in front of everyone. Let me explain. This is our manor sales of beef cattle this year. Up to yesterday, we have sold a total of 16,121 beef cattle, with an average price of $160,320. That's $6,300 for $2.5 billion. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, everyone in the room looked at the paper in Jiang Hai's hand enthusiastically, especially the cowboys. This was all money. Chapter 908. Looking at the slightly fanatical gazes of these cowboys, Jiang Hai also smiled proudly. To be honest, if it was 3 years ago, he would never have thought of this kind of money. But now, he had the ability to create this kind of wealth. According to what we've said before, we'll take out 2/1000 of the total as a reward, so this year's bonus will be $5,168,392. $6. I'll make it up to a total of $5.17 million. I have to clarify that Gladstone Nelson, Black Hill, and Edie Lewis joined our big family later, so this year, I've only prepared a year-end bonus for you. You won't get a share of the bonus, but don't be discouraged, because next year, we'll have a total of 40,000 cows, 30,000 of which will be sold. According to this year's standards, next year's income will be $4.8 billion, and the year-end bonus will be about $9.6 million. When the time comes and you split it, it will only be more than this year, not less than this year. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the people below became fanatical in an instant, but 3 people in the crowd were a little embarrassed. They were the 3 newcomers that Jiang Hai mentioned, because they knew that the money had nothing to do with them. But as Jiang Hai's voice fell, they were full of hope again. Next year, they could also get a bonus of more than 1 million. That was more than 1 million. 5.17 million. Robbins Garcia, Burke Dahl, Philemon Turner, Harriman Fells, and Belle Luster will be divided equally between 5 people, 1,034,000 each. I don't care what you do with this money, but you have to pay your own taxes next year. As Jiang Hai spoke, he smiled and took out 5 Citibank checks from his pocket and put them in front of him. Robbins Garcia and the others naturally understood what Jiang Hai meant. They walked over with a smile, picked up the checks in front of them, and stuffed them into their arms after glancing at them. If it weren't for their ears, they might have grinned. Penelope, who was sipping red wine in the distance, and the Turner brothers sitting in the distance were a little confused at this time. At the same time, their eyes were shining. Penelope had long known that Jiang Hai was not a stingy person to his own people. This could be seen from Jiang Hai's attitude towards Moses Adams. Jiang Hai had almost never made Moses Adams uncomfortable because of money. He had always made people grateful and work for him wholeheartedly, and now it seemed to be the same. It seems that it is really a blessing for father to work under him. It's just that this boss is too lecherous. Looking at the high-spirited Jiang Hai, Penelope thought in her heart after taking a sip of red wine. Well, I still have to rely on you guys next year. Next, it's about the dividends from the fishery. Seeing everyone return to the crowd after thanking him, Jiang Hai took out a note from his pocket. It recorded the harvest of this year's fishery. This year, not only did we have beef for sale in our manor, but we also had a bumper harvest in our fishing industry. We reared lobsters, groupers, American redfish, dragonfly, Atlantic salmon, emperor crabs, and spotted shrimps. Especially since we have a good location here, the seafood we sell is much more expensive than other places. Everyone can look forward to this year's fishery harvest. Looking at everyone's envious eyes, Jiang Hai also said with a smile. This year, we sold a total of 13,700 tons of American redfish, $40 per kilogram. How much per ton? 40,000. This year, we've sold 8,900 tons for $534 million. Anchovies are $65,000 a ton, and we've sold 7,980 tons for $518.7 million. Atlantic salmon are $100,000 a ton, and we've sold 6,412 tons this year. That's $641.2 million. Spotted shrimp are $30 a kilogram, lobsters are $5,000 a piece, and king crab is $2,000 a piece. Fish alone, we've sold $2,241.9 million this year. Including the others and tuna, we've sold a total of $2,494,304,800 as of yesterday. Looking at everyone, Jiang Hai also read this year's harvest according to the information in his hand. To be honest, although he already knew, Jiang Hai still felt very impressed when he read it. Just these two items alone made Jiang Hai's annual income $5 billion. And most importantly, because Jiang Hai had bought the sea, he didn't have to pay taxes this year. According to the 2000th reward, it's a total of $98 million. I won't give you the small change. I'll give you $5 million directly. For the newcomers, I'll give a red packet. This $5 million will be divided equally between Edward Anderson, Tommy Charles, Eleanor Cece, Andrew Christian, and Marlon Rupert. $1 million each. Here you go. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Edward Anderson and the others laughed, although they still didn't earn as much as the cowboys this year. But don't forget that Jiang Hai's waters had expanded by at least 5 times this year. According to Jiang Hai's nature, he would get more fish this year. And most importantly, Jiang Hai's fishing grounds now included the tuna production area. With Jiang Hai's magical scene, if they could mass-produce tuna, even if it was just Big Eye and Masu tuna, their annual income would exceed $5 billion, or even higher. According to this ratio, the cowboys would fail sooner or later. Seeing the 5 people coming up to take Jiang Hai's check with a smile, Dulles Gerard and his apprentice Connor Murphy, who had been sitting calmly in the distance, couldn't help but sit up straight because they knew that what was next was theirs. Next is our Manor's new industry, the winery. Because wine is sold by the year, we didn't sell much this year. In the beginning, we only sold 50,000 bottles. Later, we added 100,000 bottles. The initial price was $800 a bottle. Yes, the red wine you are drinking now, we sell it ourselves. The initial price was $800, and the later price was $1,200 a bottle. Looking at the crowd in front of him, Jiang Hai said with a smile. Hearing that the red wine they were drinking now was worth $1,200 a bottle, the Turner brothers couldn't help but look at each other. Even Penelope couldn't help but speed up her drinking. She just felt that this red wine was delicious, and she heard that it was brewed by Jiang Hai and the others. She thought that it would only sell for a few dozen dollars, or at most $100, but she didn't expect that the difference was 10 times less than what she thought. Looking at the wine in front of her, to be honest, she didn't quite understand, but since Jiang Hai could sell it, it meant that this wine was indeed worth the price. Our goal is $2,000 a bottle. This wine has such potential. I can predict that we will be able to sell it for this price within 3 years. Looking at the surprised expressions of the crowd in front of him, Dulles Gerard also stood up with a smile and said loudly to the crowd. Last year, he was the most embarrassed one here, but now he felt that he was the most dazzling one. Although we've only produced 150,000 bottles of wine this year, these 150,000 bottles have brought me a fortune of $160 million. Most importantly, we still have 1.2 million bottles of wine of this grade in our cellar. If we calculate it at $1,000 a bottle, that's $1.2 billion. So, Mr. Dulles and Mr. O'Connor Murphy, your rewards this year won't be any less than the average person's. I'll give you 2% of the profits, so that's $2 million in total. If you split it evenly, each of you will get $6 million. After Jiang Hai finished speaking, he took out 2 red checks with $1,600,000 written on them from his pocket. Looking at the checks in front of them, Dulles Gerard and O'Connor Murphy both smiled. This money was their reward, and this year, they could straighten their backs and receive this sum of money. They bowed to Jiang Hai like a European gentleman and took the checks. Then, they smiled and put them in their pockets. They would fly back to Europe tomorrow morning, and this sum of money was enough for them to hold their heads high in their respective families. Next, it's time for the new brothers. Because you came a little late this year, you didn't receive an official bonus. I've prepared $100,000 for each of you. This is the year-end bonus I'm giving you. As long as you serve our manor well next year, I believe that there will be 7 more millionaires here next year. What do you think? After giving out the big heads, Jiang Hai couldn't disappoint the newcomers, so he took out another $100,000 check from his pocket and put it in front of them. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the 7 newcomers, whether they were fishermen or cowboys, all shouted loudly. Although more than $1 million had nothing to do with them this year, it was also good to get $100,000. It should be known that an annual income of $50,000 was considered middle class in the United States. Now, they had a bonus of $100,000. What was this called? This was called a high-income group. From this, it could be seen that their choice to come to Jiang Hai's place was not wrong. Jiang Hai was a good employer worthy of their lives. Next, it's time to party. Seeing the crowd shouting because of the money, Jiang Hai also picked up a glass of beer next to him, raised it high, and shouted loudly at the same time. Hearing Jiang Hai's voice, the others also shouted loudly. Whether they were drunk or not, at least they were now floating. Looking at Jiang Hai's high-spirited appearance among the crowd, Qi Jia, and the others who were gathered in the distance also laughed. Following such a man, it's hard to say if there will be times when they will regret it. Especially Qi Jia, Luya, Feng Yunqin, and Ai Xiaoxi, but every time they saw Jiang Hai, this kind of thought would disappear. They must have this man. Chapter 909. Wake up, Delina and Marion are still waiting for your gifts. Raulis, Beliak, Valentina, and Alfred are all back. You're still sleeping here. Qi Jia gently nudged Jiang Hai and whispered to him. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Hai opened his eyes in a daze and looked around. Indeed, everyone was awake except for him. Gazing at Qi Jia, who was wearing transparent pajamas, Jiang Hai hugged her instantly and stuck his face to her indescribable place, rubbing it gently. Along with Jiang Hai's actions, Qi Jia found that her 2 places were a bit strange. All right, it's still early in the morning. Haven't you had enough last night? Patting Jiang Hai's arm that was wrapped around her, Qi Jia's pretty face couldn't help but blush as she said to Jiang Hai. Hearing Qi Jia's words, Jiang Hai's somewhat heavy brain also recalled the absurd scene from last night. Last night, Jiang Hai's subordinates were still very restrained. At about 9 p.m., they had all left. Jiang Hai and the others didn't pack up, but directly returned to Jiang Hai's room. Yes, not only a few of them returned to Jiang Hai's room, but all of them returned to Jiang Hai's room. Delina, Marion, and Taraga all returned to their own rooms. Except for Jiang Hai, Qi Jia, Qia, Feng Yunqin, Ai Xiaoxi, Azalina, Galina Waskia, Wallace Shelley, Aphrodite, Dana, Hilda, Paige, Sheila, Shirley, Bridget, and Janice all followed in and took the initiative to have sex. As for what happened next, it was needless to say. Jiang Hai was also very talented, but even if each of them had sex for 20 minutes, it would still take 5 hours. Not to mention, there was also the second battle, especially with Azalina. Although she had been with Jiang Hai for a long time, it was her first time to participate in such a chaotic battle. In order to make her feel more relaxed, Jiang Hai had made a lot of advances on her. Jiang Hai couldn't even remember when he fell asleep. It seemed that he didn't fall asleep until dawn. According to the sunrise time in Winthrop, it was almost 5:00 in the morning. However, not long after, he was shaken awake by Qi Jia. "Okay, stop it, hurry up and get up." After patting Jiang Hai's arm, Qi Jia broke free from Jiang Hai's arm with her strong willpower and walked out of the room. After resting on the bed for about 10 minutes, Jiang Hai suddenly jumped up. If he didn't wake up last night, he could make up for it during the day. However, this morning's scene couldn't be delayed. After going to the bathroom to wash up, Jiang Hai put on his pajamas and took out a huge package from the corner of his closet. Inside the package, there were already wrapped gifts. It was Christmas, so he had to give gifts. Carrying the package, Jiang Hai went to the first floor. At this time, all the people in Jiang Hai's villa were already sitting around the Christmas tree, waiting for Jiang Hai to open the gifts. Seeing Jiang Hai come down with a big package, these people laughed happily. Sure enough, in addition to the people who participated in the celebration last night, Relis Carter, Biliak, Valentina, and Ilsera, who were originally on a mission, also came back. They also changed into the pajamas that belonged to this villa and looked at Jiang Hai happily. Looking at these girls waiting for him in front of him, Jiang Hai also quickened his pace. "Merry Christmas!" Jiang Hai shouted to the girls in front of him. Then everyone laughed happily. Even Galina, who was born with a cold face, didn't find that after coming to Jiang Hai's villa, her smile was much more than before. At this time, she was also laughing with Jiang Hai. "Come on, it's time to distribute the gifts. Here you are, this is yours." After laughing for a while, Jiang Hai began to distribute the gifts formally. First, he took out the gifts for Galina and Marion. After all, they were nominally his daughters. Although nobody took this seriously, nominally, it was still nominally recognized by the law. After receiving the gifts, Galina and Marion immediately opened them. Looking at the 2 platinum and diamond-studded bracelets, they couldn't help laughing. These 2 bracelets were not very expensive, $50,000 each, which was about 300,000 yuan. However, Jiang Hai's bracelets were custom-made. The broken diamonds on the bracelets were arranged with the abbreviations of their names. Originally, they were called Galina Evelyn and Marion Evelyn. However, in Jiang Hai's bracelets, one was DJ, the other was MJ. Well, these 2 abbreviations were actually quite ridiculous. Wasn't DJ supposed to play the game? Weren't MJ Jordan and Michael Jackson? In this regard, Jiang Hai could only laugh. Who could he blame for this? However, the 2 girls obviously liked this gift very much. They immediately put it on, then jumped up with a smile and kissed Jiang Hai's cheeks from both sides. Jiang Hai accepted this gift with ease. "Come on, Taraga, this is yours." After being kissed, Jiang Hai took out a box and handed it to Taraga. After Taraga opened it, she found that it was a Patek Philippe women's watch. All the girls in Jiang Hai's group had such a watch. This was bought by Jiang Hai when he went to Europe. However, Taraga came later, so she naturally didn't have one. Jiang Hai saw that she seemed to want it, so he naturally took the initiative to give it to her this time. "Thank you, Jiang." Looking at the things that Jiang Hai gave her, Taraga was also quite satisfied. After thinking for a while, she stood up and kissed Jiang Hai on the cheek. After she went back to sit down, Jiang Hai continued to smile and divide the gifts. It had to be said that Jiang Hai was quite dedicated to these women around him. Jiang Hai more or less knew what they wanted. Although he didn't buy any particularly expensive gifts, each of the gifts was worth about $50,000 to $60,000. They were also quite happy. For example, Chi Jia got a coat, and Chia got a cookbook. Jiang Hai specially went to the Tan family's restaurant to ask for the cookbook when he returned to China. It cost him $500,000 to get it. Of course, there were no secret dishes in it, but it was worth $500,000. Aphrodite got a woman's suit, because Jiang Hai saw that she seemed to like Jing Jin's clothes very much. Dana got a bag that could cure all diseases. Of course, it was also a global limited edition. Hilda and Sierra got a mink. They liked this kind of fluffy clothes very much. Paige's gift was a set of perfume from Chanel. However, a set of perfume cost $300,000, which was really a huge profit. Ashiria got a set of makeup products, also from Chanel. Some Americans liked bare faces, while some liked to put on makeup. For example, Ashiria liked to put on makeup. Thick eyebrows, red lips, and she looked like a dead child who had just eaten. However, Jiang Hai was used to it, so he didn't think much of it. Bridget got a set of nail products, which was the cheapest among them. It only cost Jiang Hai about $10,000. However, the nail products inside were worth the money, because they were real gold, platinum, and diamonds, although they were broken diamonds. Janice got a pair of earrings. This was what she wanted the most, because she hadn't pierced her ears yet. Azalina got a set of wool hat, shirt, and scarf. These things were not cheap, and they didn't cost Jiang Hai too much money. However, they were made from the wool of the sheep in Jiang Hai's manor this year, so it was very meaningful. Jiang Hai also gave Valentina, who liked motorcycles, a gift. It was a motorcycle, known as the fastest motorcycle on land. Including cars, this motorcycle was the current world record holder, the Dodge Tomahawk. Unfortunately, this motorcycle was not allowed on the road, so after getting the key, Valentina could only play with it secretly. Wallace Shelley got a special computer from Jiang Hai. This computer was not to be underestimated. This was the best computer that Jiang Hai got from Google using his connections. Although it looked a little ugly, its configuration was the best in the world. This computer was originally custom-made by the US military, but Jiang Hai used his identity as a shareholder to get one for Wallace Shelley. In the future, the intelligence system in Jiang Hai's manor would also be controlled by this computer. Layla Scarter gave him a necklace, Beliak gave him a pair of boots, and Alessera gave him a beaded jade music box. Of course, the box itself was also a piece of jewelry. Galena received an oil painting. Who would have thought that this cold guy would like these things? After all the gifts were given, Jiang Hai also received a gift in return. Of course, there were all kinds of gifts in return. Asalina got an XM8 from somewhere and gave it to Jiang Hai. This gun had a great background because this gun was prepared by the US, but it had not been replaced with a new weapon. Jiang Hai was now a veteran when it came to guns. Naturally, he knew some things about the gun world. To be honest, he had always heard that Hua Xiao's gun clan was not too bad. It turned out that compared to the M16A2 level weapon, Hua Xiao's 95 gun clan was actually not too bad. It could be ranked in the top 20 internationally. But were there a total of 20 strong countries in the world? Jiang Hai chuckled at this. Moreover, the gap between the top 20 and the top 3 wasn't just big. At present, the best standard weapon was naturally the German G36, followed by the M4A1 of the US. This gun was called a carbine, but it was actually a rifle. It was powerful, and most importantly, it was short. All the special forces in the U.S., whether it was the Marine Corps, the Special Forces, or the paratroopers, were equipped with the M4A1. Further down the list were the M16A4, Belgium SCAR, Switzerland's SAI-G, SG-553. Huaxia's 95-gun clan was only slightly better than the AK-74, but not by much. Chapter 9-10. Wow, what a cool gun. Listening to the voice next to his ear, Jiang Hai also turned his head and looked at the source of the sound. The source of the sound was none other than John Turner, the youngest son of Philemon Turner. You like guns too? Hearing his words, Jiang Hai also looked at him, or to be exact, at them. In addition to him, there were also Philemon Turner and Louis Turner. Seeing Jiang Hai looking at them, they also laughed and said, "Of course, no man will not like this thing." Looking at the XM8 in Jiang Hai's hand, he couldn't help but squint and smile. Hearing his words, Jiang Hai also smiled. Yes, no man will not like guns. Just now in the room, they gave each other gifts. Jiang Hai gave the girls gifts, and the girls naturally gave Jiang Hai gifts. Although the price can't be compared with Jiang Hai's things, this is a kind gesture, many of which are handmade by them. For example, Ai Xiaoxi had sewn a sweater for Jiang Hai. She had learned how to sew it from her mother. Feng Yunchen knitted a scarf for Jiang Hai. He didn't know if it was passed from the east to the west, or from the west to the east. The things given were different, and the meaning was different. The scarf meant to love you forever, and the clothes meant to give you everything. Of course, Jiang Hai didn't understand these. In addition to the scarf and clothes, he also received a lighter, which was given by Lu Ya. This lighter was not an ordinary thing. It belonged to the kind that could be used for survival in the wild. Qi Jia gave Jiang Hai a golden pen. But Jiang Hai's writing, to be honest, take out a cockroach, dip it in some ink and throw it on the paper, and it looks better than Jiang Hai's writing. When he was in school, he was famous for his cockroach writing. In addition, there were keychains, wallets, razors, and so on. There were a lot of things, but Jiang Hai's favorite was this gun. Speaking of this gun, it was also because of his relationship with Jiang Hai that he was able to get it. Jiang Hai gave Azalina and the others American citizenship. After all, after they were rescued, they would have no nationality. After becoming American citizens, they had the right to carry guns. Later, Jiang Hai applied for jobs for them as security personnel. Therefore, although they could not carry a sniper rifle at home like Belle, they could not do so. However, they were still able to apply for a normal rifle. Although they still couldn't apply for an automatic weapon, this was Winthrop. Jiang Hai was the overlord here. Azalina said that she wanted to apply for an XM8 for Jiang Hai. Was it possible that it wouldn't work? Therefore, while this XM8 was an automatic weapon, it also had a 30-round magazine. This is my girlfriend's baby. I can't lend it to you to play with, but the gun shop in town has the same model. You can go and play with it. Hearing John Turner's words, Jiang Hai also said with a smile. Really? Then I will definitely go and look around. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, John Turner also said with a smile. Boss, what are you going to do? Watching the conversation between Jiang Hai and John Turner and Philemon Turner also said with a smile. Although his son is not young, in fact, Philemon is not too old. In the United States, the consciousness in this area is very liberated, especially for some black people. It's normal to be a father at the age of 15 or 16. For example, for those NBA stars, almost 75% of them, that is, at least 3 of them will be fathers before entering the league. According to the NBA, you can enter the NBA at the age of 19. There are many people who become fathers at the age of 15 or 16. Compared with Hua Xia, who became a father in his 20s or 30s, there are really not many people. Although Philemon Turner did not say that he would become a father at the age of 14 or 15, he was only 18 years old when he became a father. Now he is only in his early 40s and his child is already so old. He has to admit that this age gap is really not that big. I'm going to burn a gun, what about you? This is a family of 3. Hearing Philemon's words, Jiang Hai also patted his gun and the bullets he carried with him and said with a smile on his face. There is no sea where John lives. All the seafood is transported here, so the taste is very ordinary. I'm going to go to the dock to get a boat and go out to sea to get some seafood or something. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Philemon Turner also said with a smile. Jiang Hai is quite lax with the people in his manner. If there is no meat, they will kill the cattle directly. If they want to eat fish and shrimp, they will go out to sea to catch them. They don't have to wait for the fishing boat to come back to get them. They can go out at any time, so they are very independent. But there are also some things that are absolutely not allowed to be caught. If you catch fish, it doesn't matter if you only eat some cod, shrimp, or even spotted shrimp. Abalone, sea cucumber, and other things can be eaten casually. Lobsters that are less than 20 pounds can also be eaten casually. But first, it is not allowed to be wasted. Second, those high-level fish are not allowed to be caught. For example, the Yangtze River swordfish raised in Jianghai's river, the large yellow croaker and Chinese bahaba fish outside, tuna and the like are not allowed to be eaten casually by the crew and cowboys. Fortunately, they are not such people. They also know the profit of these things, so they will not eat these things. It's the same where I burn a gun. Let's go out to sea together. By the way, I will also get something to eat. The whole lamprey last night tasted good. We can catch some. Smacking his lips, Jiang Hai looked at Philemon Turner and said with a smile. Hearing that Jiang Hai is also going out to sea, Philemon Turner naturally didn't care. The 4 of them went to the distant shed together, rode a 4-wheeled mountain bike, and ran in the direction of the dock. When they arrived at the dock, they found that there were also people there. Because Tommy Charles, Eleanor Cece, and Andrew Christian were all here for the new year this year and had nothing to do at home, they were still used to staying at the dock. When Jiang Hai and the others arrived, they happened to be here. After explaining the situation, they took out a small boat. Jiang Hai and Philemon's family of 3 boarded the boat and sped towards the deep sea. After a while, Philemon slowed down the boat and took out a fishing line. There were many bottles on the fishing line. These bottles were all specially made. They were not wide, but very long. One end of the bottle was uncovered, while the other end had a lid. There was a small hook on the lid of the other end. This thing was used to catch lampreys. This wasn't Jiang Hai's first or second time doing this. Naturally, he was very familiar with the process. He hung some frozen beef innards on the small hooks and pulled. Then he stretched the fishing line, making the hooks firmly stuck on the other side of the small bottles. After everything was done, Jiang Hai and Philip put the small bottles in front of them one by one, letting them sink to the bottom of the water. This was the cage used to catch the lampreys. To be honest, Jiang Hai didn't eat this thing because it was really ugly. From the front, it looked like a large intestine with teeth. It wasn't just 1 or 2 teeth, but many of them. It looked very disgusting. From the side, it looked okay. It had 1 big eye and 7 gills. It looked a little cute. For fish farmers, this kind of creature was actually Jiang Hai's enemy. This was because these lampreys were used to kill fish. This kind of creature would directly bite the fish and be regarded as a parasitic creature. It lived by sucking blood. After a fish was sucked, it could only wait for death. This kind of creature could eat 40 big fish a year. It would even attach itself to dolphins. It was definitely a marine pest. Most importantly, this kind of creature could live not only in the sea, but also in fresh water. In order to prevent this kind of creature from entering the inland, the United States had even sprinkled drugs and killed a lot of these creatures' seedlings. So for a period of time, this kind of creature was almost impossible to see. But recently, as people started to like eating this kind of creature again, this kind of creature's population recovered. Jianghai's fishing ground was very big, and it was within the lampreys' range. Naturally, there were a lot of lampreys in his fishing ground. In the beginning, Jianghai also hated this kind of parasitic creature. After all, the fish it parasitized were all his money. But then, Edward Anderson told Jianghai that it was not necessarily a bad thing to have this kind of creature as a parasite. Just like the Chinese people said, if you get a bucket of carp, grass carp, and the like, they might die soon. But if you put in a carnivorous snakehead fish, these fish could live for a long time. This was because they had to move, and they were afraid of being eaten. These lampreys played this role. Schools of fish also needed to move. Although Jianghai had Big Fool, the overlord of the sea, Big Fool was Jianghai's fish. So it would not take the initiative to eat Jianghai's fish. If it was hungry, it would eat one or two. But most of the time, it would go out to the sea to catch fish. These lampreys did not care about this. They would come to eat the fish. But their speed was much slower than the fish, and they were not as agile. Every fish that it parasitized, if they weren't sick, then they were weak. So it not only solved the problem of the weak fish, but also solved the problem of the sick fish. It also made the healthy fish exercise. Although it made Jianghai lose some fish, it made more fish healthier. So according to Edward Anderson's words, this may not be a bad thing. Of course, the number of these creatures must be controlled. If there were too many of them, then it would be a disaster. Fortunately, these creatures were easy to catch, and there were many people who were willing to spend money to buy them. In the beginning, some people told Jianghai that lampreys should be a supreme delicacy. Even in the European Middle Ages, there was a king who ate them to death. But they still came to eat them. In the eyes of the Americans, lampreys were also one of the top ingredients. Jianghai's face was full of disbelief and disdain. But after he ate a lampreys with Bordeaux sauce, everything changed. Chapter 9-11. The reason why French cuisine was the most expensive cuisine in the world was inseparable from its sauces. Of course, there would probably be a lot of people who would scold Jianghai for being unpatriotic. If they were talking about expensive cuisines, Chinese cuisine should be the most expensive. However, in this world, no matter what, everything had to be balanced. There were indeed many expensive ways to eat Chinese cuisine, but the ones that ordinary people could eat were actually very cheap. For example, in roadside restaurants, the price of Chinese cuisine could only be said to be very high. As for French cuisine, as long as it was a French restaurant, even if you just went in to eat a plate of fried rice, it would be several times more expensive than Chinese fried rice. It could even be tens or hundreds of times more expensive. The upper limit may have its own merits, but the lower limit. Obviously, French cuisine was not for ordinary people to eat. And the sauces were the essence of French cuisine. Almost every chef would have their own secret sauce, and the taste was all different. But basically, they were all made from 6 different French sauces. These 6 kinds of sauces were also known as the 6 basic sauces. One of the most famous was the black pepper sauce that people who often ate steak would definitely know. However, those who were really knowledgeable knew that the black pepper sauce was made from beef bone braised sauce. The beef bone sauce was the most basic of the 6 basic sauces. This sauce was made from beef bones. It was made in the late 19th century, which was the 18th century. In order to make this sauce, the beef bones needed to be turned in the oven every 20 minutes for a total of 5 hours. Then, it needed to be put into the soup for 3 days, 72 hours. During these 3 days, the fire could not be stopped, and the water naturally could not be dried. The purpose was to fully display the aroma that penetrated into the bone marrow and integrate the collagen in the beef bones into the soup. This way, the beef bone sauce would be the most authentic. However, at present, more than 90% of the black pepper sauce in the world was made from purchased black pepper sauce, and the black pepper sauce sold here was made from purchased black pepper sauce powder mixed with water. The taste was almost the same for laymen, but for experts, it was like heaven and earth. In addition to these 2 sauces, there was also mushroom sauce, which was also a big family. It used cream as the base, and by adding different mushrooms, it produced different tastes. In this big family, the most luxurious sauce was naturally the black truffle sauce made from French black truffles. Jianghai also had truffles, so Chia also made this sauce for Jianghai. In addition, there was also Bohème sauce, which had been recorded in 1836 French recipes. It was a derivative of French hollandaise sauce, and the origin of the name of the sauce was in honor of Henry IV, the founder of the Bourbon dynasty, so it was named after his production, Bohème. There was also blue cheese sauce, which was made from cheese. It was rich in milk flavor, and the taste was quite rich, but unfortunately, Jianghai didn't produce cheese here, so no one in his manor knew how to make this. He only ate it outside. The last thing to introduce was Bordeaux sauce, which was the so-called red wine sauce. This kind of sauce was quite particular. If you want to make it well, you must use the red wine sauce produced in Bordeaux. Dry red wine, white wine, and so on were not good, and the place of origin was also very strict. Only the red wine produced in Bordeaux could be used to make red wine sauce. Similarly, beef bone sauce was used as the base, red wine and spices were added to boil, and finally, beef bone marrow was added to improve the taste. The best match was Bordeaux's Boz's beef, but Jianghai's Angus beef was not worse than these beef cattle. Of course, this kind of sauce absolutely couldn't be used with beef that was too fat. For example, the most famous beef in Japan was the existence of this kind of sauce. This was not targeted at anyone, but it was just the way things were. Jianghai's red wine sauce naturally couldn't be imported from Bordeaux. Dulles Gerard also knew the method of making this kind of red wine, so when making wine, he deliberately made some wine that was specially used for cooking. For example, the red wine for stewing beef, the red wine for making this kind of red wine sauce, and so on. Of course, every kind of red wine was different, but in Jianghai's house, the only one who could make it clear was Chia. Originally, when they caught the lamprey, Jianghai refused to eat it. After all, it was too ugly. But when Chia followed the recipe and made the European royal family's favorite lamprey with Bordeaux sauce, Jianghai fell in love with this kind of delicacy. No one was born to dislike eating something. The reason why you dislike eating something is because you haven't eaten anything delicious before. Just like the people in Bing City, almost no one likes to eat rabbits. It was because those things were too disgusting, especially Bing City's famous smoked rabbit. Even Jianghai, a local, didn't like to eat it. It was fishy, tasteless, and the meat was too dry. But when the people in Bing City went to Sichuan, the people in Bing City were dumbfounded when they saw the way the rabbits were cooked. Bing City did not have Barton rabbit, dried pod rabbit, these cooking methods and the use of taste. It was the same for lamprey. In China, lamprey was not even edible because it was said to be poisonous. But in the US and Europe, it was the best delicacy. To be honest, it tasted like eel, but the meat was much more delicious than eel. After Jiang Hai and Philip put down the cages, they started to fish. They were not in a hurry to burn their guns. They could shoot a few times before they left. If they shot now, the fish would be scared away. They hung the ground beef they got at the dock. Jiang Hai, Philip, Louis, and John Turner each had a rod. They sat in the boat and waited. Marine fish and river fish were somewhat similar. Because the sea was not frozen, the marine fish did not lack oxygen or food. As for river fish, there was a layer of ice on the surface of the river, just like the artificial river in Jiang Hai's manor. It was almost half a meter thick. Because of the ice on the surface of the river, there was a lack of oxygen and food. In order to adapt to this kind of life, the fish would try to stay still and not move when there was no food. Therefore, it was easy to fish in the river in winter, especially in Winthrop. If there was a hole in the river, fish would jump out because it was too suffocating. But in the sea, because of the cold, fish did not like to move and did not like to waste energy to eat. In addition, they did not lack oxygen, so it was harder to catch fish in the sea than in the river. But that was only limited to ordinary people. How could Jiang Hai's beef not be able to catch fish? After more than 10 minutes, Jiang Hai's fishing rod moved. At this time, Jiang Hai suppressed his thoughts and quietly waited for the fish to take the bait. As the fishing rod was suddenly pulled away, Jiang Hai also smiled. He immediately grabbed the rollers on the fishing rod and pulled the fish back forcibly. This was Jiang Hai's powerful strength. As long as the fishing rod could withstand it, even if it was a whale, Jiang Hai had the ability to put it back into the sea. White whales may be okay, but for killer whales and blue whales, Jiang Hai could not pull them up even if he was exhausted. After all, he was only 8 times the physical limit of a human being. He did not want to think about things that weighed dozens of tons. The physical limit of a human being, according to the standards of the modern Olympic Games, was more than 105 kilograms, and the clean and jerk was only more than 260 kilograms. The physical limit of a human being, in the Marvel world, was about 1,000 pounds, less than 500 kilograms. Jiang Hai's physical fitness was 8 times the physical limit of a human being, which meant that he could only lift about 4 tons. If you gave him a small car, he could easily flip it over or even lift it up with his explosive strength. But if you asked him to catch a whale, an adult killer whale weighed nearly 10 tons, and he might only be able to lift a white whale. However, it was obvious that the fish that Jiang Hai caught was not a whale, and a whale was not a fish. As Jiang Hai quickly pulled the roller, a struggling fish appeared in front of Jiang Hai. As Jiang Hai exerted his strength, a big fish shining with red light was pulled into the air by him and then fell onto the boat. Seeing this scene, John Turner and Louis Turner immediately rushed over, took out their mobile phones, and began to take pictures. They had seen this kind of fish before, but it was the first time they had seen it alive. Wow, it's a red snapper. My luck is not bad. Looking at the big fish that was almost 60 centimeters long in front of him, Jiang Hai also laughed. After the two finished taking pictures, he took off the hook and threw it into the water tank next to him. Yeah, but it's not a small guy. Boss, don't you Huaxia people pay attention to a good start? Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Philemon looked at the fish in front of him and couldn't help but laugh. At this time, he felt his hands sink. It seemed that this should be a school of fish. He couldn't pull the fish up directly like Jiang Hai, so he was walking the fish. At the same time, he also told his 2 sons not to look at the fish. Now that it had passed the school of fish, it was a good time to fish. Perhaps in winter, the temptation of clam worms and the like for these sea fishes would plummet. Even the beef from Jianghai was the best bait all year round. The aura and energy contained in it was far from being comparable to some insects in nature. Animals were much more sensitive than humans. For these beef with aura, they would not let it go. Just as John Turner and Louis Turner returned to their fishing rods were also bitten. However, compared to their father, they were far worse. They wanted to pull the fish back, but they couldn't. They wanted to slip away, but they couldn't. Looking at them, Jiang Hai couldn't help but laugh. Looking at them, Jiang Hai suddenly remembered himself when he first came here. When he went fishing, he seemed to be very stupid. He caught a shark by force, but it was precisely because he caught that shark that his fishery now had such a patron saint. Chapter 9:12. As Philemon Turner and his two sons pulled up the fish with great difficulty, Jiang Hai also took a look. It has to be said that the father and son trio's luck is still good. Philip caught a barracuda, the kind that Jiang Hai introduced, called a sea wolf barracuda, while John Turner and Louis Turner caught a red snapper like Jiang Hai. If there was no accident, it was very likely that a group of barracuda was chasing after the red snapper below sea level. Although the red snapper was wider than the barracuda, it was far less ferocious. Barracuda were also called sea wolves, and they were extremely ferocious. They even dared to hunt injured sharks and the like. After catching them, the first thing to do was to kill them. Otherwise, they would bite whatever they saw, which could easily injure people. With these three fish, the Philip father and son trio could be considered to have a harvest. Then after Jiang Hai finished firing 60 rounds, he carried his gun and prepared to return. Naturally, when he returned, he also needed to pick up the line that they had logged off. Jiang Hai didn't have many lampreys here, but it definitely wasn't a small number. Not to mention, they used the internal organs of the beef cattle in Jiang Hai's manor as bait. If the iron cylinder wasn't too small, even big fish would have been hooked. Although they had only set the trap for less than an hour, when they got up, 2/3 of the lampreys had already been caught. Jiang Hai had set a total of 30 lampreys, and it didn't take long for 20 of them to be caught. It was indeed a rich resource. They picked out the mature ones that were more than half a meter long and put them back. There were 12 lampreys left. After Jiang Hai gave 3 to Philemon's family, he took the remaining 9 home. As for the red snapper, he also gave it to Philemon. Jiang Hai's family didn't lack fish. His main purpose here was to burn the gun and get some lampreys. After returning, looking at the living lampreys, Chiyo was very happy and immediately went to the kitchen to clean them up. The others were also helping to clean up the mess from last night. Whatever the family did together, they were actually quite happy. At least, Jiang Hai was quite happy. In the afternoon, Jiang Hai and the others sat together and watched TV. American TV channels were competitive, unlike domestic TV channels, which were more or less within the system. The competition was also within the system. Let's put it another way. For example, a country was like a school. The competition in America was like a competition between classes. Class 1 and Class 2 were competing to get more people, so they were competing to come up with better programs. In China, the competition was like a competition between classes. The class monitor was like a court. There was no need to fight for this position. The other school committee members, sports committee members, group leaders, class representatives, and so on would have to fight for it. However, because they were all in the same class, there was a bottom line to the competition. In the United States, other than illegal things, you could do anything, such as smearing your opponent's name, or even fighting. It can be said that the competition in the United States was much fiercer than in China. It was also because of this fierceness that the TV channels in the United States competed with each other. If you produce a TV series, I will produce a better one. If you produce a variety show, I will produce one too. If there was no competition, there would be no improvement. In the United States, the competition was obviously very fierce. But to be honest, the competition was the fiercest in a country that Jiang Hai had been to before, South Korea. In such a small place, 3 TV channels were fighting for viewers. It was not an exaggeration to say that there were grudges. Other than some special celebrities, other people were not allowed to talk about other channels' programs on some TV stations. Although the United States was not like this, the situation was not much better. It was common to see several hosts smearing each other's reputation. But for the audience, this was something that they liked to see. Jiang Hai also liked to watch them talk nonsense. After dinner, Jiang Hai and the others were not Christians, so there was no need to be too entangled with these things. They went to bed very early. But because of yesterday's craziness, they were much quieter today. They left Jiang Hai to Rallis Carter, Biliak, Valentina, and Aless Sarah, who had just returned today. Jiang Hai also had a good sleep with them. But the next morning, before the sky was bright, Jiang Hai was awakened by the ringing of his phone. He picked up the phone in a daze. It turned out that it was Mayor Wallace. Today was a big carnival night. Why was he calling him so early instead of resting at home? He looked at the time. It was only 5:00 in the morning. "Hello, Mayor, what's the matter?" Patting the girls around him who also woke up because of the ringing of the phone, Jiang Hai walked into the bathroom. While turning on the water, he asked Mayor Wallace. "Anyway, I'm up, I'll pee first." "Hey, I know you didn't get up at this time. Something happened. Come to the town's hospital quickly." Hearing Jiang Hai's confused voice, Mayor Wallace sighed and then said somewhat speechlessly. "Huh? What do you mean?" Hearing his words, Jiang Hai asked him with some doubts. "What does this mean?" "Because it was Christmas last night, many tourists stayed at our townspeople's house. There might be something wrong with the food they ate. Many of them were sent to the hospital last night, and there are even more today. If you have time, come and take a look." Listening to the urgent words of Mayor Wallace on the phone, Jiang Hai also woke up from his sleep. "Hospitalized? Then I'll go and see." After thinking about it, Jiang Hai decided to go and see what was going on. Was someone poisoning or something? He had to know in his heart. But if it was poisoning, then it should be 1 or 2 people who were poisoned. How could so many people be poisoned? What the hell is this? After thinking about it, Jiang Hai hung up the phone and returned to the room. After saying a few words to the girls, he put on his clothes and went downstairs. At this time, the manor and the villa were still dark. When Jiang Hai went downstairs, only little Huang and Xiao Bai heard the sound of Jiang Hai coming downstairs. They looked up at him and didn't react. After Jiang Hai motioned them to go back to sleep, they also lay down and continued to sleep. Jiang Hai left the villa and drove to the hospital in the town. Because of the tourism development, the hospital in the town was also rebuilt. Before this, the hospital in the town was actually a small clinic. Winthrop was about an hour's drive from Boston, so if there was any serious illness, they could go to Boston to see a doctor. But since Winthrop became a tourist attraction, the supporting facilities here must be done well, and the hospital was the same. Therefore, after a discussion between Jiang Hai and the Winthrop Town Hall, they decided to expand the hospital. Now, although the hospital here can't be compared to the top 3 hospitals in the country, it is definitely not worse than the average municipal hospital. The doctors and nurses in the hospital were considered to be the best in the country. After all, they had the foundation to back it up. After the expansion of the hospital, whether it was tourists or locals, they received a lot of protection. But there had never been an incident like today. A large number of tourists were hospitalized. This incident would be a blow to the tourism industry in Winthrop, and it would even cause disputes between the two countries and cause diplomatic trouble. Thinking of this, Jiang Hai couldn't help but slap his forehead. It was really troublesome. Jiang Hai's shield sped all the way. About half an hour after leaving home, he arrived at the hospital in Winthrop. However, as soon as he walked in, he realized that the situation here could really be described as being at daggers drawn. In the hospital, almost all the wards were occupied, and there were many wards in the corridor. These patients looked like they were vomiting and having diarrhea. It couldn't be an act. That meant that they were really poisoned. As for the tourists who weren't poisoned, many of them were surrounding the hospital. They were afraid, or perhaps the families of these people were waiting for someone to give them an explanation. Perhaps they were afraid that these tourists would cause trouble. So Winthrop Hospital specially called the police. When the police arrived, the atmosphere on both sides became even more tense. The two sides confronted each other, and the patients vomited and had diarrhea. The whole scene was extremely chaotic. When Jiang Hai's car stopped, almost everyone looked at Jiang Hai. Seeing that Jiang Hai got out of the car, many tourists rushed over. "We came here to have fun, but something like this happened. What do you think we should do?" I said that these Americans must be up to no good. They must have poisoned us together. "Jiang Hai, I heard that you were the one who poisoned us. You have to give us an explanation. You tricked your countrymen. You are a fake foreigner. Do you have any shame?" When these people surrounded Jiang Hai, many of them pointed their guns at him. They also knew that they came here to have fun, and the person who pulled the strings in the United States was Jiang Hai. Now that they saw Jiang Hai coming, these people's faces darkened, and they shouted at Jiang Hai loudly. Many people turned on their mobile phones and recorded the conflict here. Jiang Hai did not know if there was a live broadcast, but listening to their words, Jiang Hai's face did not look good. "No one is holding a knife to your neck. I don't care if you spend money or eat here. I just came here to see what's going on. Whether you die here or not has nothing to do with me. Now get out of my way, I want to go in." Jiang Hai did not care if there was a live broadcast or a video recording. He directly pointed at the people who had spoken so harshly and scolded them directly. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the tourists here were about to go crazy. At this time, Jiang Hai still dared to say such words to provoke them. Jiang Hai was crazy. Chapter 9:13. Seeing that Jiang Hai was still so tough in the face of so many people, the family members of the tourists outside couldn't take it anymore. On the spot, several men rubbed their fists and walked over. They wanted to start a fight. There were so many of them, but Jiang Hai pointed at their noses and scolded them. They couldn't stand this anger. In China, the law had always been unable to punish the majority. They knew that even if they hit Jiang Hai could only suffer in silence. Would he dare to retaliate against them? However, it was a pity that Jiang Hai was never a kind-hearted person. If these people dared to make the first move, then Jiang Hai would certainly not spare them. If they wanted to make him eat this dumb loss, then he would have to ask, based on what? Sacrificing the interests of the minority to protect the majority. This kind of method didn't work for Jiang Hai. Now, the people who wanted to mess with him were basically all dead. Although he wouldn't kill these tourists, fighting back was inevitable. Bang! Quiet! But unfortunately, the police over there didn't give Jiang Hai a chance to make a move. Seeing that Jiang Hai was surrounded, the police sent over here immediately fired a warning shot. Hearing the gunshot, the crowd calmed down. Because they knew that this was America. Before they came, the tour guide had repeatedly warned them not to have a direct confrontation with the American police. This was because the police had the right to kill the other party directly, no matter who the other party was. What they did in China didn't work here. In America, if a rich person or a politician attacked the police while the police were on duty, the police could directly shoot him to death. This was the power of the American police. Although the tourists did not say that they were beaten to death, there were drunkards who caused trouble and had their legs pierced. Moreover, they did not pay a single cent and took care of their own medical expenses. They were directly sent back to their home country. It was useless to stir up public opinion in the country because these videos could be viewed by anyone at any time. Everyone knew what was going on. It was not easy to gain sympathy in the United States. Hearing the police fire, these people suppressed their emotions. Many people glared at Jiang Hai, but Jiang Hai ignored them. He directly pushed the people in front of him and walked into the hospital. As soon as he walked in, he saw Mayor Wallace walking back and forth. "What's the situation?" Looking at Mayor Wallace, Jiang Hai asked him. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, Mayor Wallace sighed and said somewhat helplessly, "Sigh, the situation isn't very good. Although no one's life is in danger, it seems that the blow to Winthrop is quite big." "What's the specific situation?" Looking at the old mayor who seemed to have aged a lot in an instant, Jiang Hai also said seriously. Then Mayor Wallace introduced the situation here to Jiang Hai. The people who were poisoned were from 2 regiments. These 2 regiments, speaking of which, were specially prepared by the travel agency that Jiang Hai had cooperated with in order to develop business in the south. Almost no one in these 2 regiments had seen snow before. Taking advantage of Christmas in Winthrop, they could not only see snow, but also experience the New Year of the Americans. Therefore, these 2 regiments were recruited very quickly and came very quickly. There were a total of 97 people in the 2 regiments, but this time, 63 of them were in the hospital. Jiang Hai looked at these people who were admitted to the hospital. There were old people, children, and adults. He asked the doctor, but the doctor couldn't tell him why they were poisoned. They were definitely poisoned, but they were also a little confused because they also tested the food vomited by these people, but they didn't find anything, which made them a little confused. Holding the test results, Jiang Hai stood in the corridor. To be honest, he also had a flash of the question whether someone had spread the poison. But soon, he rejected it. Although Winthrop used to be the territory of white people decades ago, it had been decades. Moreover, there were many yellow people here. It should be known that next to it was the highest educational institution in the hearts of yellow people, Harvard. Therefore, there were definitely many people who would come here every year. In all these years, there had not been any news of people poisoning yellow people. How could Jiang Hai have encountered it now? Therefore, there must be something behind this matter that he himself didn't notice. At this time, he saw a child in the distance who was not very seriously injured. He walked over and squatted beside the child. Beside the child was the child's mother. As the mother, her child was poisoned, and as a mother, she was definitely distressed. Moreover, she didn't know Jiang Hai, so when she saw that it was a yellow person who came over, she didn't pay much attention. "Little boy, can you tell me what you ate last night?" Seeing that no one stopped him, Jiang Hai asked the little boy in front of him. After the child glanced at Jiang Hai, he thought for a while, then he was very cooperative and slowly spoke. "I didn't eat anything, I just ate the lobster at the landlady's house. I also drank some drinks, turkey, some vegetables, and hamburgers." Listening to what the little boy said, it was just like what normal people eat at Christmas, and these people ate at the same table. Why only the people from Huaxia were poisoned, and the Americans were fine? Hearing the little boy's words, Jiang Hai became more and more puzzled. Suddenly, he heard the little boy's voice, and it was a little buzzing. "Little boy, do you have a cold?" Thinking of this, a signal suddenly flashed in Jiang Hai's mind. He remembered that he seemed to have said something to Chiya during dinner before, and it seemed to be related to this matter. "Well, I took cold medicine and also took the vitamin tablets here." After hearing Jiang Hai's words, the little boy also nodded seriously. When Jiang Hai heard his words, he stood up and touched his head. He already knew what was going on. "Everyone, don't be so nervous, this is actually a misunderstanding." Looking at the people who were still at daggers drawn at the door, Jiang Hai said loudly. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the originally solemn atmosphere couldn't help but stagnate, and everyone looked at him. "What did you say?" "This is a misunderstanding. It's obvious that these Americans are poisoning us." Hearing Jiang Hai's words, a woman stood up and said loudly. Compared to a misunderstanding, she was more inclined to believe that someone wanted to harm her. People who can come to Winthrop to play are all rich people, and what rich people are most afraid of is that someone wants to harm them. Ahem, I'm just telling you what's going on. Whether it's a misunderstanding or someone poisoned you, naturally, the judicial authorities will decide. You can judge for yourselves. Ignoring the woman, Jiang Hai continued to speak loudly. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, everyone temporarily quieted down. Of course, more importantly, it was because the police outside had also walked in. These police officers were quite a deterrent to these tourists. Now, I'll say it first. The people who were poisoned are basically tourists from the Southern Tour Group, and they all caught a cold. Hearing Jiang Hai's words, the poisoned tourists looked at each other. If he didn't say this, they wouldn't have felt anything, but now that he said it, it seemed to be true. Could it be that the person who poisoned them is not only a yellow person, but also a regional dog? This time, if there are no accidents, I'm 80% sure that this is a misunderstanding. The main reason is because you all caught a cold and the things you ate. Looking at the crowd in front of him, Jiang Hai said seriously. Then, Jiang Hai explained why these people were poisoned. It was mainly related to 4 kinds of food: seafood, cola, vitamin C, and cold medicine. There was a period of time when it was very serious. It was said that shrimp and vitamin C couldn't be eaten because it would produce arsenic. Cola and cold medicine couldn't be eaten because it was also fatal. There were also many chemical examples. But it was quickly overturned. Some of the chemical formulas couldn't be written here. It was said that there was something called level 5 or something in seafood that could react with vitamin C and become level 3 or something. It was poison, and people would die after eating it. But in fact, the amount produced was almost zero. Basically, what was produced was another kind of substance that couldn't be digested and would be excreted from the body. So, this was one of the reasons. Secondly, cola and cold medicine were actually not that harmful to the human body, unless they were eaten every day and in large quantities. Overall, this was what happened. These tourists from the south came to Winthrop because they didn't know how cold it was here. This was normal. The cold in the north was dry and cold. It wasn't something that could be withstood by wearing a lot of clothes. In the north, thin and warm clothing was important. So, whether it was down jackets or mink jackets, they were not very thick, but they were very tight. Moreover, they were used to seeing snow and ice, so they weren't too excited. As for the tourists from the south, it was their first time seeing snow and ice, so they definitely wanted to play. If they wore thick clothes, they would sweat a lot. If the wind blew, they would catch a cold. In America, there was no cold medicine. Cold medicine was prescribed. You couldn't buy it at pharmacies. So, before they came here, the tour guides would ask the tourists to prepare their own cold medicine. But they couldn't prepare it. There were certain pseudo-anesthetic drugs like Kong and Kangtek that couldn't be brought. These were not allowed. Basically, everyone brought something like Coca-Cola. This type of Western medicine contained another substance that would produce some unpleasant effects with Coca-Cola. Americans especially liked to drink cola. They only drank cola, and almost no one in China knew about this. After coming to Winthrop, they caught a cold. But even if they took cold medicine, they still had to go out to play in the day. So, the cold wouldn't go away so easily. How long could they take cold medicine for? So basically, everyone who caught a cold would go to the local pharmacies to buy cold medicine. The local pharmacies only sold vitamins. This was because Americans didn't take cold medicine. They took vitamins to survive. This was the main source of cold medicine and vitamins. It was Christmas. Every family in Winthrop was eating lobster, seafood, and cola. It was fine to eat 1, 2, or even 3 of these things together. But when the 4 were mixed together, some problems would occur. Although it wasn't fatal, vomiting and diarrhea were inevitable. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.